you are against. So Donbass was different, and now the majority of Belarusians blamed the separatists and supported the unity of Ukraine. Next question. Laboratory of Ukrainian best practices and dependence on Russia. The Russian case is particular because when you have 12% of GDP in gas subsidies from Russia, it means something. When you have half for foreign exchange to Russia, it means something. So here, really, the influence is big, and should not be. Next question: potential quality of civil society. The Belarusian civil society is semi-underground civil society, with all the consequences that you have from. The main task is simple: is to preserve, to save the national language, tradition, the national culture, because it's basis. If we lose it completely, and the state does not care about national language in Belarus, Lukashenko does not speak Belarusian, then to save some basics of political pluralism. So we do not have ambitious goals for the moment. We cannot we cannot change the country from today to tomorrow, but it's important to do small things. And then, what if Russia breaks up?
Well, destabilizes.
Destabilizes. And Russia has $420 billion in currency and gold still. Not so little. What if Russia destabilizes completely, like it was with the Soviet Union? Belarus will do what Eastern European satellites of Soviet Union did 25 years ago. It will become a Central European state. It will move from Eastern Europe to Central Europe. But this is what if. Being inside this Russian TV propaganda as well, not immune to it, I would not underestimate the potential of Putinist regime to stay in.
Thank you very much. I'm already receiving fairly critical looks from some of the organizers, because despite having only 2 speakers out of 100, I managed to go over as many. Apologies. I do think it was worth it. Thank you very much, Alina, and for giving us.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Ukrainian custom to give more space and time to our guests. Thank you very much for interesting contribution. I suggest now go hands, please change the shields with the names and we'll receive the next step.
Моя Wi-Fi, да?
Жена моя. З неї йде трансляція. Тут є якийсь Wi-Fi, треба спитати, Йохан.
Есть, но он почти не работает.
А ти знаєш пароль?
Нет, я не хочу просто
Internet? No ja spróbowałem tam одну час назад, но не работает.
Okay.
Это
Клиент продакшн. Мы в эфире, короче.
It is right now.
Ну, ты ж бачиш.
Не на бате. Я не на ресторане. Я ж теперь снимаю.
Помаши руку.
А?
Помаши руку.
Надо что? Я вот из этой. Это квартирки так.
14 до...
Я найду раз вечер.
Воду сливаем.
Everything is employed. Well, just in case.
Wie machst du welche Fragen? Fragen kommen? Ja, ich habe geguckt, interessant. Ja, eben, das ist sicher. Man weiß auch, wo ich hin will. Und ich schreibe sie ja. Fragen auf.
Also ich schreibe so viel wie geht und dann
He's in Russia.
No, that's really
Ich glaube, ich weiß nicht, ob das da letztes Mal so weit ist, aber als Dinge von denen, was du kommt bei Dingen. Ja, das ist eine ja, das ist mir ist jetzt irgendwas aufgefallen beim Schreiben, weil der Punkt
stimmt, ja. Ich habe mal einen Verteiler und immer was dabei. Aber dann habe ich vielleicht raus.
ja, weil ich eben nicht über
Ja, also.
Glühwein, Ist schon, also schon alles gekauft. Wir haben ja bis 1 also es sind leider zwei ähnliche Studenten, da ist Maxi dabei und Felix auch. Ja, also die von der Schulzeit. Also Felix ist angestellt, Maxi ist gleich auch. Andreas wird morgen sein. Wer da als
You can talk too much anyway.
Ist was Besseres? Entschuldigung, ist das der Sinn? Also, natürlich jetzt nächsten April vielleicht auch hier vor Ort.
Dear colleagues and friends and guests, I would like to kindly ask you to take your seats, be a bit quiet, and please allow us to have a panel discussion and presentation. Please, I would really appreciate that if you would proceed because we're kind of running out of time really. But an interesting panel, but we need to get started. Huh?
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's proceed with the fourth panel. Actually, when I finalized the program, I was asked by a lot of people, or a few people, what's this panel going to be about? And I know that, for example, Andreas Ungarn still doesn't know it. So, let's explain it a little bit. We are, in a way, following the approach also of the preceding panel, in that it is our argument, and it's kind of obvious, I think, that civil society development here in Ukraine, but also in Moldova and Belarus, does not happen in a bubble. And it would just not be justified here to speak only about Ukrainian civil society, about democratization of the country, about Europeanization of the country, without considering also the international context and the larger political trends in Ukraine after November 2013. What's this international context about? It's about the Russian annexation of Crimea in March, the subsequent separatisms we saw in the Donbass from May 2014, but also the signing of the association agreement between Kyiv and Brussels and the eventual ceasefire. Domestically, we of course still observe a post-revolutionary context here, first a revolutionary context, then a post-revolutionary context in Ukraine, the new political leadership, first the new president, then the new parliament, and the kind of overall, as it is nature of the revolution, new political landscape. So the question here is, how did and do those larger international and domestic trends impact on Ukraine's development as a political system, and what challenges do they entail for the future democratization and Europeanization of the country, and eventually also for the future of civil society? In order to discuss that, we have, or I'm very glad to welcome four esteemed scholars, analysts on the panel. Let me first of all introduce you to Andreas Ungarn, an unnecessary exercise for most of you. Andreas is very well known. I call him the human hub of everything connecting Europe, European analytics to Ukraine. Andreas studied Russian language and history, political science in Leipzig, Berlin, Oxford, and Stanford. He did his PhD at the Friedrich University in Berlin, interestingly about the rise of Friedrich Schiller University in Russian politics. He was a NATO fellow at the Hoover Institution. He was already a lecturer at the University of Yekaterinburg, later at the Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, where he later also had another lecturership for the DAAD. He was also a research fellow at most prestigious universities in the world, maybe Harvard University, the University of Oxford, only the big names you see. He also had a short stint at the University of Ingolstadt, and now he's a senior research fellow at the Institute for Euro-Atlantic Cooperation in Kyiv. Dr. Maxim Yakovlev is already well known to most of you. He is an associate professor here at the Mohyla Academy. He is also the, so to say, operative director of the German and European Studies program here. He studied at the Mohyla Academy, his BA here, his master's, and also his PhD. Although he also has quite an international career, he's a fellow at the university, also at Jena University, where I'm coming from, at Maastricht University, and his research interests are mainly in methodology, social research methods and methodology, qualitative research, but also things like democratization, ethnomethodology, factor analysis. I could go on with all the things I found on the internet. Then we have Mikhailo, which is not so well known to me, I have to say, but who sent me a very short CV of his, so I didn't have to look through all of his achievements. Mikhailo is an associate professor currently in the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies at the Mohyla Academy. He is the president of the Foundation for Good Politics, editor-in-chief of the Ideology and Politics Journal, a recent fellow also for his international career at the Wissenschaftskolleg Greifswald, the Kennedy Institute, and at Harvard University. Now, finally, I'm very glad to introduce and welcome a very good and old friend of mine, Arsen Shumadilov. Arsen is, first of all, here as a representative of the Crimean Tatar people. And we also have to, like with Katya Smagli, congratulate him because he has just been recently appointed to the office of Commissioner of President of Ukraine on Crimean Tatar Affairs and leads his office inside the president. Arsen is also an international man. He is the coordinator of the Crimean Institute for Strategic Studies. He did master degrees at the Taras Shevchenko University here in Kiev and master's degree in economics. And he also, for the last year, started quite a few successful business projects in Central Asia and Ukraine. Arsen, would you like to start with your presentation?
Thank you, Andrew. Dear Chair, dear panel, dear guests, I'd like to thank the organizers of the conference for the opportunity to speak and for the opportunity to hear and to listen for all the great speakers here. I'd like to provide a view from Crimea on the topic of the conference today. I'll just very brief info about the Crimean Institute for Strategic Studies, which is an independent, non-partisan, non-governmental organization based in Kiev. Our mission is to preserve and advance the identity of the Crimean Tatar people along lines of the Ukrainian civic identity through research, recommendations, and solutions. So, you don't, you have Mac, right? Apple? No? Oh, okay, well. Anyways, slight problem with the pictures, but I think that we can guess what I was going to explain. We have a triangle actually, an imaginary one, right? Where you have pillars, as I can see them from Crimea, which is rise of ideology, fall of law, and power politics back to the front stage. So before we get into details about how we argue about Crimea, what happened there, who was what was the right thing to do, what was the good thing to do, I'd like to try to lay out very briefly an argument which I will base my speech upon. We can use, for example, historical approach, where we will argue about who had the right to say that this is my soil, I was the first one to live here. And the key concept here is historical right. And if we stick to this one, we will have to analyze things as they always were. This is what matters. But the problem is what period actually matters if we as the main one. The second one, as we can probably call it, is a moment where probably the key concept will be international law, and this will be, let's analyze things as they should be. This is what should matter. But the problem is, does law actually make things happen, or does it just justify things when it happens? Here we have a problem with meaning, do things really happen because of the law or the other way around? And essentially, it's just the two, their self-interested moves. And the third one, as we can broadly name it, is a positivist approach, where we say that the main concept is realpolitik and we should analyze things as they really are. This is what really matters. But the problem is it good enough for the world and for the human kind? So how we, that's too much. So how do we, the Crimean Tatars, see it? We see that, first of all, we have to be very, very eloquent and outspoken on the first point, which is historical approach and the historical. And it is a tool of leading popular support among people, as we can see by from the events of the last year. It does matter when you say this is my land because I've been here for a while. It does matter for you to win support, not just domestically, but also internationally. Second one, normative approach. Even though the law is falling or fading away, or in any way it's losing its role, still it provides principles of humanism and social order. So we also have to think about liberalism as a dominant mainstream political paradigm that we are guided by. And the last one is we also have to make sure that even that if we work very much to say that Crimea has always been the land of the Crimean Tatars, and if we are effective in saying that we have a legal right to progress our autonomy or something like that, in Crimea still we will have to be very much realistic that it will not happen until strong parties are interested enough to make this happen. Yeah, next one. So now, under the current circumstances, we need our movement to be a democratic, so that we need the majority of citizens of our country provide their clear consent to our claims. And they mean not Crimea, not just Crimea, but also Ukraine as of residents. We need to make our claims liberal, meaning that they should make a perfect or nearly perfect fit into the current international legal norms for indigenous people. And we need it to be effective at the end of the day, so that we need to be very good at playing politics, and we need to manage to align our interests with most of the parties involved. And just very briefly about historical perspective. This graph is a very interesting one, at least I hope, where you can see the ethnic composition of Crimea for the last 2.5 centuries. You'll see it starts in 1783. This was the first annexation of Crimea by Russia. Now we are actually in the third one, so it's not the first time we're in this trouble. So you see actually 3 major ethnic groups in Crimea. The first one, Crimean Tatars. Here I spell them as Krim Tatars, which sounds more like as we call ourselves rather than Crimean Tatars. So the first one is Krim Tatars. You also have Karaims, who are Turkic Jews, and you also have a few Armenians in Crimea. Then you have the picture a little bit more diverse, but what I would like to draw your attention to two points actually. One is the year 1897, where you see the intersection of 2 lines, the Krim Tatars and the Russians. What it means? It means that it was not until early 20th century that the Russians overtook the Krim Tatars in Crimea as the largest ethnic group. So it was not that far away in history. And the second point where I would like to draw your attention to is 1944. You don't see it there, but you see it. You see when a few lines just stop very, dramatically, and this is the deportation of quite a few peoples from Crimea, which started in 1941 by deportation of the Germans, and then it culminated in 1944 by the deportation of the Krim Tatars, of the Armenians, Bulgarians, and Greeks. Sorry, right. And it was only after 1944 when the Russians actually made it to 50% figure of the ethnic composition in Crimea. So it was not that far away back in history. We have a couple of myths that we are always battling with. One is that we are coming, that we spring from the Mongols, which is lies, and you can read stuff there, and that it has always been Russian because you have Orthodox temples and some signs of Orthodox culture present in ancient times, which is also why it is true that there are traces of Orthodox culture in Crimea, but they are not Russian. Okay. Next. Legal perspective. Here I would not like to stop in details. If somebody is interested, I can send the presentation. It's just saying that we need to be very clear about where we see ourselves, in what framework. We cannot say that we are a nation, therefore we should self-determine and we will fight for the right, when we have such a great legal framework which is enforced, provided first of all by the UN. Next. And here you see how things used to be under Ukraine. So it it was not that good, but it was not that bad. The point is that we were in a process of a robust political dialogue when the Krim Tatars were an integral part of Ukrainian society. And you see that some of the claims were satisfied, some were not, but still there was a process. It was not an easy one, but still it was there. Next. Yeah, and you see Russia, and if you look at it just briefly, it looks like it is fine. It's just like Ukraine was not a signee of the UN Declaration for Indigenous People. But if you see how things actually turned out to be for the Krim Tatars in Crimea, you see that the situation is much worse. Thank you.
I think there's actually a lot of reason for letting you speak much longer on the topic. I guess we would all enjoy that, because this is, of course, one of the most pressing issues to see the fate of the Crimean Tatar people after annexation evolving. Actually, I have to say that I'm learning a lot about this issue, because as our concentration focuses now so much on the Donbass and also on the international environment, it seems we have already kind of forgotten about Crimea a little bit, about the problems of the Crimean people, not only the Crimean Tatars, but also the rest of Crimea's population. And I think the issue, if we get into any kind of solution in the Donbass, will also be how to bring Crimea not only from an international perspective, but also from a domestic one. If there will be a solution for the domestic status. And I want to give the word to Mikhail, who will also speak on the Ukrainian domestic situation.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk a little bit more about what was going on in 2014 in Ukraine after the Maidan. What I want to review today is the effect and possible scenarios of the future as a result of the third sector entering into the field of the first. Basically, how civil society organizations, by taking over some functionalities, monopolist functionalities of government, have saved the nation and also put the nation into the question in the future. The post-Maidan civil society organizations have played an unprecedented role in politics and government since February 2014. Basically, last week of Februry and first weeks of April, Ukraine was a failed state, a failing government. At the same time, we proved to be a living and prosperous civil society. That was the moment when the government could not fulfill its functions in the defense, policing, propaganda, many others. And civil society organizations that were created during Maidan resistance taken over those functions. So basically, by entering in the core spheres of functionality of state, civil society organizations have saved the country. But later, they became rival institutions to state agencies. What we can see is that in May, and up until today, these organizations that are not described in any law or have any legitimate functionality in the field of the first sector still function there and being abused by many players, political and oligarchic, from private sector and from the public sector. Well, I decided to focus on 5 major spheres that these post-Maidan organizations, CSOs, were visibly functional. First one is defense sector. Second, internal security and war policing. Third, propaganda and counter-propaganda, elections, and illustration. The full version will be published in the Forum Восточноевропейской культуры и истории. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be quite reasonably soon, right? In the second volume for this year. But today I would like just to concentrate on issues. First of all, the part of self-defense, Samoborona, that reorganized itself as the first combatant groups that tried to shield the country from growing separatism in the east and the southeast, were taking over the functionality of the defense ministry. We can see how adequate reactions from that agency were first implemented at the beginning of May. So basically, April and March, our Ministry of Defense was almost invisible. Defense sector, defense organizations, the battalions of volunteers, were heavily supported by other volunteer networks that collected money to buy the equipment that these organizations could obtain at that moment. And these organizations, these civil society organizations, were very good at collecting money. The negative side of it is promotion of corruption. Anyway, because these organizations did not establish strong oversight how these finances are used, how the equipment is used. So in recent reports by journalists, let's take ICTV, we see how many combatants from the volunteer battalions taking back weapons and ammunition to their home cities and villages. Internal security policy. For almost 3 weeks, Samoborona was a police for Kyiv. Only on 14th of March, Ministry of Internal Affairs was taking back the functionality of putting control of the civilian security in streets of Kyiv. Later, especially during the second elections, we can see how these self-defense groups were used in during the electoral campaign as groups of illegal impact on candidates. So it was already forced groups, and it was again part of corruption. Propaganda and counter-propaganda. For more than half a year, civic groups, activist groups, were basically fighting with the Kremlin propaganda, with almost no finance behind it, definitely without public sector, public finance behind it. And still, the activist groups were doing very well up until recent. I think, again, the impact of power elites, both public sector, public politicians, and oligarchy groups, started investing too much money, paying too much attention and money to these groups. And today we see how the projects and groups that were created and were effective in spring and summer, in the fall, were becoming more and more compromised channels, basically losing their potentials. Well, elections. During elections, we could see many cases when the use of used to be pro-democratic groups were against democracy, against not only pro forma procedures, but also the core idea of equal competition. I myself was witnessing, as a consultant to many candidates, I was witnessing how these groups were paid and deployed by candidates against each other. Well, and that was already kind of normal business. So by October 2014, pro-democracy groups turned out, at least in some portion, turned out to be not that pro-democracy anymore. Illustration issue. Again, we see a mixed result. So after first quite critical step the illustration law for judges, for the court system in, what was it, in April. We have a period of almost half a year while there was this activist groups pressure on political groups and fires defense of political groups to avoid further illustration. And then this empty, white, strange, anti-democratic have been finally approved in October by the president, and we see that it's mostly been used either for reporting for the ministers, oh, I have fired 40 prosecutors. Well, were they involved in any type of corruption? The formal approach that we have in this law undermines the very democratic idea, this liberation idea that is in the illustration. Well, civil society organizations became so much unprecedentedly influential that the treatment of these usual strong groups that collected power and money changed in regard with the civil society organizations. If before the Euro Maidan, civil society organizations were basically not regarded by power elites as serious competitors, as serious subjects of interest, since April, we can see how more and more attention the oligarchs and power groups of power elites pay to them. So, in some part, it's some natural behavior of power elites. You either compete or make an influential group part of your own group. So that's a normal behavior. Those who didn't want to become part of the group are shocked. You know, there were several cases in Volhynia, and later the most active chiefs of battalions did not return from the battlefield at all. So basically, we see how these power groups were involving chieftains or battalions, for example, into politics. So we have how many, 10 commanders in Verkhovna Rada. We have more and more chiefs from these militant groups in Ministry of Internal Affairs. Also, Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Internal Affairs create some legal frameworks to involve the battalions, at least in some way, into the structures of government, create some rules that would limit actions of volunteers. Not that effective, anyway, especially listening to the yesterday's discussions that Vitro and his colleagues who were captured by different groups in ATO group. So basically, we see how big was the interest of these coercive groups of power elites upon the civil society, post-Maidan civil society organizations. And this coercive impact creates two risks. And since I don't have much time, I will concentrate only on one. That's for the future of Ukraine. My idea is that this intrusion of the third sector into the monopoly of state of the first sector creates conditions that undermines in the midterm efficiency of the Ukrainian state. Basically, if our power elites will fail to domesticate, especially these combatant groups, we may actually have another critical situation for Ukraine, and we will be on the verge of failed state once again. Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting contribution. You're actually making it very easy for me to looking up with Andreas, because I think what you have just spoken about is the danger of the militarization, so to say, of Ukrainian politics, which is of course triggered by the war in the East. And I guess it's not by chance it is one of the objects of the enemy, so to say, we will call my name right now, to make as much trouble as possible in Ukrainian politics after this revolution. And after we, I call us German experts, have now spent months to explain to the public why radicalism has played only a marginal role in Ukraine, now we suddenly have to cope with questions like, oh, but what's going on there? Why is Mr. Poroshenko granting Ukrainian citizenship to a former Belarusian or to a Belarusian right-wing radical, an extremist? So, Andreas, my question to you, how likely is it, to be a little bit provocative, that all this whole democratic fever of the revolution might end up in something we are not, we do not like to see?
I would put it in as dramatic terms maybe, but I want to talk about this, and it links indeed very well up to what Carlo just said, the issue of the future Ukrainian state, but also the sort of the challenges that emerge there for civil society, because what we have now, I think, as a result of the Euromaidan, is in Gramscian terms sort of a hegemonic discourse that is heavily patriotic and has, to a certain degree, taken sort of some of the nationalistic symbols from the past, has reinterpreted them, and of course the most important one being Slava Ukraini Heroim Slava, which used to be an UN slogan, the second part, not the first. The first part is older. Slava Ukraini is an older slogan that was already, but the answer to it, Heroim Slava is from the UN history, and it has been now reinterpreted, of course, and I'm always telling that this is the heroes that this slogan today refers to are not so much the heroes of the UN, but the heroes of the Euromaidan, the Heavenly Hundred, and those who have fallen in the East. And as Andre rightly said, I mean, I'm spending also most of my time on sort of explaining that in spite of this rise of patriotism, there's no immediate, at least, danger here, no political danger, I would say, from the radical right. So one distinction, what I'll always try to make, for instance, is the distinction between extreme nationalism and militant patriotism. So we have these sort of two nationalistic approaches here, and not all people who are militantly patriotic and are ready to fight and die and kill for their country are radical ethnocentrists. Their vision of society is not an extremely nationalist one, they're not nationalists. Or another issue that I would usually make is that on the same day that Ukraine had the presidential elections on 25th of May, the much propagated or much advertised, I would say, by the Russian propaganda, leader of the right sector, Dmitry Yarosh, got 0.7%. And the same day, in the European Parliament elections, for instance, the Germans voted for the National Democratic Party of Germany with 1% and sent one deputy to the European Parliament, MPD deputy to the European Parliament, to Brussels and Strasbourg. Or another issue one could make is that in the last parliamentary elections, only one directly elected candidate from Galicia, from the sort of hotbed of ultranationalism, was from Skovorody. And the others, there were 5 other Skovorody members elected to the parliament in direct elections, but not from Galicia. That was the odd thing. I mean, you would think, this party comes from Galicia. That's where it's not, and it doesn't even have an electorate there anymore. Or yet another argument to be made would be that could argue that had the Skovorody and the right sector been smarter before the elections and created a unified list, then they may have gotten over 5%. And actually, Anton and myself, we have sort of recommended that to them before the election, but they didn't follow our recommendation. And so they got, Skovorody got 4.7%, the right sector 1.8%, I think something like that. If they had one list, they would be now in parliament with their own action. But what is to be said about this is, had there been normal elections in Ukraine with Crimea taking part and Donbas taking fully part, then it would have been, again, way below 5%, because of course the electorate for these parties on Crimea and the Donbas is much lower, and then the overall electorate would have been different, and even a unified list of the right sector and Svoboda would have not made it into in normal Ukrainian elections into the parliament. And that's why, politically it does not, it's not a danger. But I think it could be a danger for in a number of ways in the future, and I think it's not only a challenge for the state, but also for Ukrainian civil society. As Michal already mentioned, we hopefully one day the war will be over, and we will have these militant armed men, heavily armed men, young men, perhaps out of work, no prospects on the labor market, who have guns, some of them extreme, some of them not extreme, and there will be a question what to do with them. This is this sort of typical post-war situation. I think there's awareness of that, and for instance, the Azov battalion has been now put under the roof of the National Guard, and I think one of the reasons, that's my interpretation at least, I'm not sure that's true, is that they want to control it. They want to have a sort of control of it. They don't want them run around on themselves. The volunteer corpus of the right sector is still sort of independent. Maybe there will be something like that soon. So this will be one of the questions, and the problem here is that they will be heroes, and what to do with these heroes, and they went to war. Many of them have fallen. Many of them were wounded. They've given away their youth, their health, maybe their life for this, and what to do with these young or older men with weapons. I think the second question, and maybe that's the most touchy one, is the one about historical consciousness and historical reconciliation. There was a week ago here a discussion just a few meters from here in the Center for Polish and European Studies about a new issue on Ukrainian Maidan, on fascism and the radical right in Eastern Europe. There was this sort of theme again coming up of the interpretation of the Bandera movement, of the organization of Ukrainian nationalists, and I think this will come up. And of course, this has now gotten a lot of sort of in this hegemonic shift towards patriotism. It has gotten a lot more weight, so to say, in society. Volodymyr Petrovich is now head of the Institute of National Memory, I think. But I think these things will come up in scholarship. They will come up. They will come up in civil society relations, because much of civil society in the West, it's sort of leftish, it's anti-fascist, it's very critical towards nationalism. It will be coming up. It will come up in relations with Poland. Poland has been very supportive. I mean, to a degree where a Polish deputy of the European Parliament has been actually shouting the Bandera slogan on the Maidan. I mean, you can only appreciate that how much they've sort of gotten away from these old historical quarrels, and how much they've sort of divided this historical quarrel with the current situation. But I think with Poland, the Berlin issue will come up. With Israel, these issues, with the US, with Germany, for different reasons. And I think the most important one is, of course, that I think there will, in the East and in the South, I don't see any sort of them becoming pro-Bandera. I mean, I don't think that. I mean, this division of the Ukrainian political nation will remain, and I think it's now actually more difficult to discuss that because it has become so hegemonic. And the final issue is that of neo-Nazism, that in this sort of stream of patriots, we have now neo-Nazis actually coming up and making strange careers. Yeah? So Andrei Bilecki is now head of the military council of the People's Front of the Arseniy Yatsenyuk. He first was proposed to be on the list of the People's Front, but that was removed after a protest of human rights activists and also scholars, including myself, and then they took him out and put him on the elections in Bologna here. And there he won, I guess just because people didn't know who he was, because he wrote it in earlier times. And now he is a deputy of parliament, or Trojan, a former member of the Patriot of Ukraine, and these are neo-Nazis. They're biological racists. They have the Aryan myth. It's not just, this is not Skovorody, or this is not sort of people like Mochnik or Chaika, or these other people who were in Magnitsky or Tenyu, who were in government and who are nationalists, maybe even radical nationalists, but not neo-Nazis. But these are actually the Social National Assembly, the Patriot of Ukraine is a neo-Nazi organization. So Trojan now being the head of the Kyiv region police, there have been rumors, maybe somebody knows what has happened to Yuri Mikhalchishkin. There have been rumors that he would either become a department head in the SBU or he would become an advisor to Maidan. I haven't heard what has come out of it, because it was sort of in public, and there were these news. And Mikhalchishkin, of course, is from Skovorody, and he is a neo-Nazi, I would say. He thinks highly of Joseph Goebbels. And the problem, well, the problem for this is it's a tool for Russian propaganda. It is a problem with the EU. There is room for manipulation. People like Koshitsky being involved in all of these things. And finally, there is also something that Anton Sharatsov has just described in a little article inside online. The connection, the problem also that these so-called patriots, and Michaela has already talked about this, become then actually, they have this patriotic image in society, and that they are sort of militant, fighters for the nation, but then they are also parts of networks. They are also used by the oligarchs, or as Anton has described, this connection between the Minister of Interior Affairs, Arsen Avakov, and the Patriot of Ukraine of Kharkiv, and how he has sort of brought in these Kharkiv neo-Nazis into connection with the current regime. So this is then also a problem.
Indeed, it's interesting and nice to hear that still what we speak about here still seems to be still a marginal element in Ukrainian politics, and I'm sure it will stay like that. The only thing I fear a little bit, looking back to a discussion with German students, Professor Biermann and we just had a couple of weeks ago, is that the perspective from the EU and from people there is a little bit different, and there is so much witch hunting when it comes to nationalism and right-wing radicalism that they might even overestimate those little instances you speak about, and that in the medium-term support for the revolution and the democratic elements here in Ukraine from the EU people and institutions will or could decrease. We now come to our last speaker, Maxim Yakovlev, and I have curiously left out a very important fact about his heritage, because he actually comes from the Donbass. His parents still live there, in occupied territory or in occupied territory. And well, I think the most obvious question you can ask him on this panel is, especially because there are many foreigners here around, how life in the Donbass is for ordinary people right now, and what this kind of occupation war for you as a political scientist, however it will turn out in the future, what the status, future status will be, what trade will it leave on the Ukrainian nation?
Okay, actually I was prepared to speak about different things, but I will go into this one into details. I will not have time to speak in details because I'm running out of time and I'm talking anyway as a moderator in the other panel. I just would like to make this interesting introduction. Yesterday, as me and my German colleagues, I was carrying this heavy this screen on my shoulder, and I thought, like, what this is the things Ukrainian social professors do. We carry heavy stuff, we organize things. And interesting, because I'm substituting somebody who should have done that before anyway. It's symbolic that I'm in this panel, as you can see from the program, I'm substituting NaUKMA, and she was my student actually. And I thought, like, well, for a social professor, substituting students is not a bad thing, yeah, to some extent. But we also have the same heritage, because NaUKMA, she comes from even eastern part. I'm from the Donetsk region, where I was born in Kyiv, and she comes from more eastern than Luhansk this section. But I'd like to talk about more this term, concept of substituting things in concept. First, substituting the concept of Maidan, because we discussed it, but there's a lot of literature published on it was, and I would like to talk about two Donbass reactions to Maidan. And first one is, like, if we conceptualize Maidan as protest against Yanukovych not signing the station agreement, I would definitely say there would be no protest as such organized in Donbass region. Because the understanding that is very important for Ukrainian politics, that was not there. Because of Russian propaganda, and really grateful to get this from Moldovan experience, is very similar to the Eastern Ukrainian experience, so there was not there. Secondly, if you talk about Maidan as the protest against the elites, or to somehow to change the elites, again, it will be not a problem. The Donbass people would not rebel against it, because this is the stronghold of Yanukovych anyway, this biggest stronghold. And I can give you example from my family history, when discussing the relatives, that these people you vote for, this one, they are people bandits. There's a criminal people, the mafia. People will look at you and say, yes, they're mafia, but they're our mafia. We'll have our people in Moscow. Yeah? This pattern of thinking is still there, was there. Secondly, why would you have your own mafia going to Kyiv and controlling them? Well, because you are scared of fascists and the people from the West. Ideologically, if you create the enemy, you need people to protect you from the enemies. Definitely, they will definitely help you. And now, like historical example, the south of the Donetsk was populated by the Greeks, expelled from Crimea by Catherine II of Russia. She expelled all the Orthodox population. So we have our own Yalta, Rozhov, and Mariupol is basically the city of Maria, is a Greek name. And it is interesting because from Donetsk they would travel in the summer, the seaside, at the taxi driver said, my mother is Greek, my father is Greek, but I'm Russian. For him, there was an identity of Russian tied to the Soviet identity. So I would say that the Eastern Ukrainian problem is not that much Russian, because the majority of people are Ukrainian, and ethnically Ukrainian. The Soviet birth certificate says they're Ukrainian. That's interesting. But the problem is that this is a Sovietized part of Ukraine as well as Russian interesting. So then substituting these two concepts, substituting the Russian ethnicity and Soviet ethnicity transformed to Russian ethnicity is another thing. It's not about Eastern Ukraine being, as I said, pro-Russian, it's not being this post-Sovietized, traumatized to some extent. Another thing we're substituting very briefly about the topic of our panel is spillover effects and backfire. What we can substitute, I think something can spill over, or something can backfire in a kind of natural way. It's different, like in social sciences, it's really difficult to discuss what is natural and unnatural. If we stick to social constructivism, everything is constructed. Okay, I agree with that. But you can have things that are not only constructed, but things that are really enforced. And this spillover backfire effect, in terms of what happened in the Donbass region, it's a PDF. I want to give this interesting slide from the center of Donetsk, with Ukrainian flags, Ukrainian patriots being there, as it was, and then how it was suppressed. So you have this spillover backfire effect of the Donetsk Republic, so-called these terrorist organizations. There's my personal opinion from my family members there. Is that, I mean, that people who come in contact with these people, is that this is all induced by majority of things by Russian propaganda, because people say we're now suffering, but we would have, and I like this, and there's your approach to say what would have been, not, yeah? We now are suffering because of the Kyiv-Mohyla, yeah? But if not, and we are suffering not only from that, but we're also suffering from opportunities, the terrorists. Why are we suffering from them? Interesting, because people are afraid of driving the cars. I remember recently, how was it? Yeah, I could not reach the city center. The drunken terrorists from the stolen car from me, but there was something they drove to shoot cars and they disappear basically. So there's no legal control, no police, please. We have to suffer from them, but if not, we would have suffered more of the Kyiv junta. They would come and kill us. And I move now to two concepts that are substituted somehow. One is very Belarusian, like the Belarus, the last people are always a positive example. Stability is a case. Lukashenko creates the way of stability that exists in Russia. But then the stability is something people who are afraid of losing, because you have this possible thinking when it is not about how you can live better, it is all about not getting worse the situation. And it's true from the last people because of the second concept. And I also presented this story, I like this story very much. I presented in Weimar and Prague recently. It was about these two slaves allegedly promised to Ukrainian soldiers that they find the East, they will seek to slave. The good question, who would believe in slavery in 2014 in Ukraine? Well, in the history, Ukrainian people could believe it, but to some extent. And I like this discussion in the media because the last people were in kind of slavery anyway. Because you're working, not necessarily you have to work, but you're paid so, your salary is so low that you cannot really make a living out of it. You know, it's the concept of slavery and such. Finally, to finish up about spillover effect, what is going on in the past foreign media. This year, I was invited to Slovakia to the University to teach for 2 months. I was extremely surprised how little country has very little knowledge about it. And very much Russian connection with ties. And then an interesting comparison, historical took place, you know, that in Eastern Ukraine and Donbass, people are talking about now Ukraine is fascist state, and stuff. People are afraid of Ukraine. But the situation is changing because people come in contact with those who create this Russian world, and they don't like this people. And they see that this isn't going in the wrong direction. So I think, I hope that something will change. But comparing Slovakia, for example, Croatia, in this historical discourse, it was also the Soviet media. These two states had no right for existence because they were supported by the fascists. Hitler allowed Croatians to be independent. Let us ask this question, should there be no thing like that? So in Ukraine, we now have the same Russian propaganda coming to this basically no Ukraine. Why? Because you know, the Russian propaganda started that Ukraine is a failed state. Then Donbass and the Donetsk region, why they needed their own state? Because Ukraine already collapsed, allegedly. There was no Ukraine. You know? So again, I think to sum up, because I'm looking on to sum up, I think the situation in Donetsk is really about substituting terms and people not understanding what's going on. People have been really brainwashed. It's really like in Kyiv parliament, only fascists. And if you tell like the story that somebody dies, somebody has assassinated himself here, all Ukrainian prison here, the Russian here, all Ukrainian police have been substituted by private sector. And this is wrong. And then my former classmate sends me a link saying that this Ukrainian policeman has assassinated his shoulder. He said, well, would it imply that all Ukrainian policemen are Nazis? Well, definitely. You know? That's why I would support Andrew's point of view, but talking to people in the past, we need a lot of time to really kind of re-educate them and tell them that one person doesn't make the whole orchestra play. And we have to be very cautious about exaggerating some things, really explaining to people what it does. Otherwise, we're really substituting the terms and we cannot move forward. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Maxime, for this very lively presentation. I will now, for the time reasons, open for the audience for questions. Let me, if you allow, that begin with one question to all of you, maybe. If things, as we have just heard, are still so much open for the future of Ukraine as a state, unfortunately, and Ukrainian democracy also, what role does a proper European perspective play for influencing those events in a positive way, for making Ukraine, for giving Ukraine a democratic future? What does EU policy and the real offer by the EU in political and economic sense play for this future potential of this democracy and state? And I also would invite now
Michael from Kyiv University Slovakia. I would like to ask a question to Professor Nina. Basically, touch the issue of illustration slightly. And I'm a Slovan coming from Slovakia, as I mentioned, so he actually underwent the same situation somehow with the same question in the past. More or less, this question: how can we cope? For me, from my point of view, the issue of frustration came a little bit too quickly. That in every society there is a key question to this issue. What do you want to achieve by that? There is a key word. Do I want to achieve democracy? Do I want to peace with my past? Do I want to achieve justice? To you would be in order for me to better understand the concept of frustration here in Ukraine. What is the keyword here for frustration?
Meditation.
Another question?
The question for Sam. So I had a chance to read the concept by the diplomatic Maidan. It's a concept of liberating Crimea. It's kind of something like 30-40 pages document. The first phrase of the document is the liberation of the Crimea will start from the Ukrainian army entering the peninsula. Would you comment on that? And if you don't like it, maybe we can discuss some violent way to liberate Crimea.
Well, my question is, my question is on the role of regional identities in Donbass, or in Donetsk in Crimea. Your comments on that, and particularly for Crimea, the relation between the identity of Crimean Tatars and the identity of Crimeans, like Ukrainian, the non-Tatar population. So, in your opinion, I'm addressing two presenters on Donetsk and on Crimea, whether the strong regional national identities, maybe prioritization of the regional identities over the national Ukrainian one, whether it played a key role in secessionism, sort of feeling of ideology.
Integration Development Center, Center of Kyiv. I want to ask Arsen, and also other experts can say words on the issue of Crimea. Of course, for me, this issue is also very painful, as for many other people who left Crimea or for those who stay in the Crimea and have to leave now. My question is that do you really believe that Crimean Tatar can be, or Crimean Tatar as the right of indigenous people can be the starting point or the key factor in influencing the process of the return of the Crimea? But we should take into account the policy of Russian Federation, the current policy of Russian Federation to Crimean Tatars in the Crimea. Because we see that all Ukrainian people or people with Ukrainian opinion, they are forced to move from Crimea. But as Crimean Tatars leaders told that people should stay on their native land, they should live, they should continue work, and we see that lots of people, Crimean Tatar people, they entered Crimean government, that there are lots of different programs proposed, or at least declared by Russian Federation for Crimean Tatars. We also know that for many years, Crimean Tatar NGOs were an avant-garde of the civic sector of Crimea. How do they feel themselves now, and how do you see this way of influencing the international community as indigenous, as representative of indigenous?
It was the last question.
Very precise.
Again, question to Arsene. There are rumors that opinion that the Ukrainian government is not using all the means to return Crimea right now. They didn't cut the electricity supply, they didn't cut the water supply, they don't object international airlines still servicing the airport. With all these measures being taken, would it, in your view, take Crimea back into Ukraine or tear it further apart? And what is the stance of Crimean population with regard to these possible measures?
The very last question from Brazil, please be very concise.
Hello, my name is Vasil Babish. I'm the alumni of Double Master Program of German European Studies, Maidan and Jena. My question is the following. Many scientists or politicians say that Maidan is the point of non-return. My question to you as scientists and practitioners is, what do you think, what should be the grounds from which Ukraine should move forward in development, and what should be the grounds on which Ukraine should develop on European paths, for example, or other paths of the future? Thank you.
Thanks for the questions. I would, because most of the questions were actually addressing. Okay.
Vielleicht eigentlich verbaut wurde eigentlich.
Excuse me, I didn't see it. No.
I have to mic now. So my question is to Andreas, because after you gave your presentation, and basic response was sort of, I actually felt rather very sobered by your presentation. And his response was more that this is likely to remain a very marginal phenomenon. This is what we were talking about. And also this import of potential neo-Nazi elements into, say, the interior ministry. So I just would like to know, do you see this as being something very marginal, or does it now have the potential to become something less marginal? Because I think it's true what they said, that in Germany, people have spent a lot of time trying to convince, working against this Russian discourse, and trying to convince people who have taken up that discourse that, in fact, these radical right elements and these supposed fascist elements are not there, or at least certainly not there anywhere near the extent that they are claimed to be by the Russian side. So, but if the worst thing that could happen would be to say that these developments that you're talking about are also basically harmless, if in fact they are not, because then these people who have been saying the radical right is really not an issue for Ukraine would lose all credibility.
What kind of measures for raising this kind of awareness here in Ukraine would you suggest, and what kind of measures can the Ministry of the Interior or Domestic Affairs, or as it's called, undertake? Something like that.
Okay. So, all these questions show me that this panel was indeed a good idea. But I think we all agree that the majority of questions was regarding Crimea. I want to give Arsene a chance to elaborate, but please, all participants of the panel, please be concise in answering your questions.
It is actually a pleasant surprise that there are so many questions about Crimea, which is now off the attention of the media, you know. So as for the first question about the strategy that was presented recently on the liberation of Crimea, well, it's stated that it will start with military force of Ukraine entering Crimea. What's my take on this? My take on this is that when Russian regime crumbles, and it will crumble at some point in time, Ukraine will actually have a question: why we need Crimea?
And we, the Crimean Tatars and the Ukrainians who left Crimea or who stayed there, will have hard times explaining the Ukrainian government that you actually go and take it, it's now for free. So my take is that there will be no military action on Crimea. Why? Because Ukraine does not make sense out of why we need Crimea back. And here I go to the second question, which was about identities, how they play out, how did they play out in the secessionist movements in Crimea, and how do the identities of the Crimean Tatars go along with the identity of the Crimean Crimea. And here I should say that for the last 23 years, we actually overlooked the ideological part of who we are. When I say we, I mean the Crimean Tatars, I mean the Ukrainians, because we thought that if we try to be democratic, to be open, if we state our will to join EU, it will be just fine. And it proved that it is not just fine. It proved that we really have to be clear what kind of identity are we building there. And with the Crimean Tatars, the fault of ours was that we were too much close. We were too much self-centered, self-focused. We did not make a good job in delivering our messages to the outer world. The problem in Ukraine, in Kyiv, you know these problems, I will not list them all. So, and we did have this, Crimean regional identity, which was heavily financed, supported by Moscow for all the years of Ukraine's independence, and it did play a major role. But we now are mocking the Crimeans who voted by their stomach. It is funny. But it is just half of the picture, or even the small bit, the small portion of the picture. Actually, they did vote because they thought that the thing that they were doing was a great thing to do. So it did have to do with their identity. The question of Alexei Smirnov about Crimean Tatar factor, will it be key in returning of Crimea? Actually, we need to understand what kind of action do you foresee. If we are talking about legal actions, that is how we recognize the rights of the Crimean Tatars, and then the Crimean Tatars will be self-determined as that we would like our autonomy to be a part of Ukraine, then it makes sense. But if you see this as a main vehicle for the Ukrainians to say, yes, we want Crimea back, I don't think so. I don't think so. And here I go to the second part of your question, where you asked about what's the role of the Crimean NGOs in all this. Our role is to actually now to show the Ukrainians that why they need Crimea, not because of the Crimean Tatars, but because of the Ukrainian. Crimea, I mean like nation, right? And there was a poem by Chichibalin when we were deported with the Crimean Tatars from Crimea. He wrote a poem, a very strong one, where he said that "Стыдно Крыму без крымских татар." And now we would like to rephrase this, and you will see an article I hope soon by Mr. Demidov in Democratization, where he will say "Стыдно Украине без Крыма." All right. As for your question, why the Crimean Tatars go and collaborate with the government in Crimea? Because with the Crimean Tatars we determine ourselves just in Crimea. We would not like to leave en masse from Crimea. We should be very clear about that. We will not leave Crimea unless we are deported or like cleansed or something like that. So for us to make the ends meet or to live on a very basic living standards, to ensure this, some of us need to go and do something, even though I am not happy about it. What about, and the last question about was, it was about blocking all the supplies from Ukraine to Crimea. Will it work or not? I will say it depends on what you actually imply. There is a case of Georgia when we see that they did not block the supplies of electricity and water. Why? Because these cannot be substituted. So you put people into risk, whereas they do not supply products. Why? Because if you want Georgian products, you can travel for them, making shopping tours for food stuff or something like that. So this is precisely what we are advocating for in Ukraine.
Thanks, Asen. Now, excuse me, only 1 minute to everyone.
On your question about the EU prospect, I think it has risen the importance actually of the EU membership perspective, because the darker the tunnel gets, and the tunnel gets darker and darker, the more you need the light at the end. You also have the association agreement now. It's of course, it would be a different story if the agreement comes with the membership perspective. Membership perspective would send a clear signal to Moscow, and the membership perspective could be important for the separatist regions, because they will then, are they going to join a community where they're never going to get in the EU, or do they? About the far right, it's a difficult thing to say. I wouldn't say it's a political problem, but it's an image problem for Ukraine. It's a social problem, because and it's a cultural problem also with the unity of the nation. What measures to take is very difficult to say, because if you criticize the volunteer battalions, you're criticizing patriotism. If you criticize the historical apologists, you're criticizing patriotism. If you criticize the neo-Nazis, you're criticizing patriotism. It's always this sort of, you're criticizing these problematic things in historical writing with the young men, armed young men, or the neo-Nazis. But it's actually, and the reply is always, well, it's about our state or our nation country. So it's very difficult. But this hegemonic discourse, I don't have any good ideas actually how to do it. It's just talk about it.
Well, I have 4 questions, so we will very concise the responses. Role of the EU perspective. Well, it's the only positive perspective for Ukraine's development, but with growing poverty, with growing oligarchization, I think we are further and further from that perspective. Illustration. Well, there are 2 aims, actually proclaimed aim and practiced aim. So a group of European leaders, activists who came up with the idea brought a good case that is now being used for the change of ruling groups over the centers of the power. If you look how the group of Yeltsin and the group of Poroshenko behaved in regard with the current self-government structures, you can see that by February next year, we'll have basically this judiciary being split between 2 groups of power, controlling different courts, different self-government bodies, and playing with each other, competing with each other. Nothing new. Historical argument, well, that's in regard with Crimea. I think if we will use historical argument for the case of the current advisor or other minorities, we will never get Crimea back. Crimea can be gotten back due to 2 major strategies. Strategic patience for Ukraine, behaving smart in our external foreign policy, and second, creating the country that is based on the rule of law. So only the argument of rule of law, the idea that Krim Tatars, that Russians and Ukrainians can be free citizens only in free Ukraine, may work. If it's historical argument, we will always have the Crimeans who will claim the autochthonic status for Crimean Peninsula. And Euromaidan as a point of no return. No, there's always recurrence, there's eternal recurrence, you can always redo history. We are free actors, and history is just written after we do things. Thank you.
My minute. Because I know we are already there. A very brief comment on the Slovak experience, by the way. Illustration, I will only comment on illustration perspective. The Slovakia has a very good experience in illustration because when you talk about illustration, you say, why did you get all the post-communist people right away? In Slovakia, you have the Mecha regime. It's questioning people who are very active in those regimes, what happened to them. It is historical, if you could please. So maybe we have something to learn from that perspective. Then about illustration, one more, to be a metaphorical example, I was once asked to comment for television about this illustration stuff when they put politicians or activists into the litter bins, smітникові ілюстрації, and throw people into this huge, barbaric. Well, I then Googled and found this interesting kind of protest in the United States, which is called glitter bombing. You know what people find it? This was introduced by the LGBT activists, but used by other when people come with glitters, blostki, and they spread around people the blostki, the glitter. It is called the glitter bombing. Now, why would in Ukraine nobody react to this glitter bombing? Because we are kind of barbaric in that political culture is not that developed, that's kind of stuff around people's shoulders you against them, you see. Unfortunately, and this is our potential for development, we really throw people into glitter bins to show that we can change, unfortunately. And unlike my dear friend and colleague, Mr. Novikov would say that I really see the potential for positive development, and I support your point that there's always a chance for getting backwards, not developing further. We need to put, as Ukrainians, we need to put ourselves together to move forward, and maybe sometimes the future the only protest in Ukraine will have is just populism.
Dear participants, thank you very much for your discipline, first of all, and for your thoughts. It's a very nice panel, thank you. I only want to inform you that we are right now, if you look at the program, almost 1 hour behind the program, so keep it in mind. We will nevertheless have a short coffee break right now. If I can just ask you to go over, get yourself a coffee or tea, piece of cake, and come back to the room as soon as possible. Thank you.
Сейчас, секунду. Вертаю.
DNS сервер.
Не поможет.
Нет, то есть он нормально, я в первой секции користувався Wi-Fi, а тепер скайп, а там
записати Сковородську, вони там показує, які там не автоматичні визначення DNS сервера. А що у вас за девайс?
Костя.
Я просто подивився, що він пише, що нема підключення до інтернету, бо неправильно визначено DNS.
Зараз
це його зараз посляці немає, що швидко визначено. Це я маю на увазі на це дивитися. Тільки треба записати номера адреси. У вас діє тут ні, у вас.
У мене, наприклад, теж не працює.
The scan functions and the website.
Which one is it?
Here.
It's Maidan. It's right like, I don't know, 4 times.
It's time for the results.
have to write down the correct Bulgarian cells because I have the automatic.
I see, I see. Yeah. Okay, but if I cannot. So in any way, so I won't have. I think so. So I won't have to. You could maybe someone. I don't know if they know the internet. So this internet.
But yes, I think the way the system that you got. I mean, this journal forum actually were kind of. So if you want to write something in Russian. Yeah, if you write something, I will help you to publish it. Forward it. Well, I mean, you know, probably not. Now you make
Ja, stimmt.
Exactly, it's pretty interactive.
Exactly. You? Yeah, let's take it.
Me, I'm right now.
Das wäre meine erste Frage. Und? Was hat sie gesagt?
Hier elektrisches Strom. Hier gibt es elektrischen Strom. Ja, meistens so weit. Ja. Wenn man die hier nimmt, beziehungsweise hier. Ist das frei? Also hier ist es schon aber nur zur Hälfte. Es muss eine freie Slot geben. Anderes.
May I kindly ask you to enter the room so we can continue our
Thank you for taking over the organization part. Thank you for taking that. Therefore, please take your seat because we're really running late, but I hope we will have a really fruitful, interesting discussion. So I hope you are now in control of the time and proceed to the next panel. And I really would like to ask the panelist discussion to be like concise as possible, so that maybe we have at least some more time to have a discussion around it. Thank you.
Well, okay, then let's try to hit the road a bit. Thanks a lot. For the next panel, we have the task to look a little bit the external actors, the international actors of the civil society in Eastern Europe. So the title is Policy Shortcomings and Future Challenges. I'm glad to introduce quickly our panelists because I think they know each other very well. I don't want to spend too much time on introduction while everybody knows everybody pretty well. I don't think I have to introduce André Hartl, who's one of the organizers here and is a PhD and a political advisor for the Council of Europe, PhD from Jena. And right from me sits Susan Boschek. She is also a PhD candidate at the Jena University in Frankfurt. And she's, I think, one of the well-known specialists and experts on network analysis, civil society networks, actors, especially here in Ukraine, and she writes her thesis about the situation of the PhD strategies, the creation of the civil society strategies of donors and networks of stakeholders for supporting of democracy in the case of Ukraine. So this is something which really matches with our title here. And to my left, it's Natalia Shapovalova. Sorry. She is an associate fellow at Frida. Frida is an NGO from Madrid, from Spain. And I was pretty much impressed by your city, where you have studied in, I think, first in the Netherlands, then in Poland, First it was here. Okay, we start with the last one. And so it was Mohyla here, and then it was the Netherlands, and then it was Poland, and finally we ended up at University of Warwick in United Kingdom. So, oh, there's our last one. Perfect. We're just at time. Great. So I might introduce Friedrich Schiller also. He's the European director at the International Renaissance Foundation in Kyiv. And before he joined the IAF, or the International Renaissance Foundation, he was also with, no, he was also with the Open Society. No, he wasn't. Well, he was in, oh, so I get mixed up here. Primarily interested, of course, in the Ukraine-EU relations, the Black Sea region, and also the European neighborhood policy. And I called your foundation or your organization as a watchdog for reforms in a more broader sense. And I would like to give at first the floor to give us a little bit broader overview of the maybe the challenges of, or not the challenges, sorry about that. The obstacle of the efficiency of democracy support, and well, maybe you can start with that.
Thanks, Viola. Well, I want to address the issue of external actors and democracy support in Ukraine or the region as such. I guess it's important, first of all, to speak about the state of democracy in Europe as such. I want to distinguish here between wider Europe and the so-called EU. What we see in wider Europe in terms of democracy is a lot of ambivalence. On the one side, we have consolidated authoritarianisms in Russia, we have dictatorships in Azerbaijan and Belarus, we have a sort of majoritarianism, authoritarian tendency in Turkey, and those kind of regimes are already forming a kind of spiritual alliance, and they're trying to export their new models. On the other side, or on the somewhat more positive side, we have unconsolidated democracies in Georgia, revolutionary Ukraine, and in Moldova, where, however, also elements and remnants of authoritarianism are alive. So much for the ambivalence as for democracy in wider Europe. Much more negative, or even more negative, if you want, so message comes from the EU, because democracy is also under pressure there. Democracy and human rights are no casualties after the most severe economic crisis in Europe's history. The lack of trust in politicians and institutions is very high in democratic institutions. I mean, there's a rise of populism and nationalist movements and parties. We only have to look at the latest European elections and its results. And there's also a lot of burning elements in democracy on the national level, technocracy, or the phenomenon of cartel politics. And illiberal politics, and what we see in Eastern Europe, has already arrived into the EU, if we take the example of Hungary and what's happening there. To summarize this point, this is a critical moment for democracy in Europe. There seems to be a value divide emerging between East and West, but not only there, it's also running through our various societies. What are the obstacles for efficient democracy support if you think about democracy support as a policy in front of this very burning strategic background? First of all, I want to speak about, the first aspect I want to speak about is definitions. We tend to, if we look at how democracy is now discussed in the West, we tend to challenge, self-challenge, our earlier notion, or earlier more clear and thin notion of liberal democracy ourselves. What does liberal democracy entail? Elected government, free and fair elections, freedom of conscience, checks and balances, and independent judiciary. However, since transformation, since our early expectations as for transformation in the 90s and later failed to result in actual convergence, We have ourselves been kind of engaged in a very strange debate about democracy, which is running until this date. Don't we have to be more context-oriented discussing democracy? Should we allow for a certain embeddedness of democracy and add a bigger social component to what we understand about democracy? I think the clear answer to this from an EU-Europe perspective should be no, because this conceptual debate about what kind of democracy should be supported is misled. It misleads us, and it has also, there is a certain actor behind all this, because the enemies of our thing, our actual attractive version of democracy, want to challenge this concept. They want us to lead those very strange debates about democracy and make the concept as fuzzy as possible. You also see, when you think about liberal democracy, when you think about what people here in those countries, in the wider Europe, expect of us when we think together with them about democracy, they actually expect this liberal version of democracy from us to support them in reaching this as a political aim. So my question is here, seeing those debates, is the West still convinced democracy supported? Are basic liberal democratic values still challenged by ourselves? And what does this mean for democracy support? If democracy is in a crisis in the very West, which tended to think about itself as the center in democracy support, here being the recipients being here in Eastern Partnership countries, for example, what does this mean if the center itself has such a strange notion and leads debates like this about democracy? Second aspect is for the actors of democracy support. Who's involved in democracy support? So basically, everyone is involved in democracy support. The EU, international organizations such as the Council of Europe, the OSCE, the Community of Democracies, for the ones who know what this is, national governments, of course, also INGOs and NGOs, and there are also new special structures, or relatively new, like the endowment for democracy. But there are a lot of problems. Considering this field of actors. The first one is there are very strong hierarchies. There are asymmetries between those actors. There is an obvious lack of cooperation, and there are not many shared and even contradictory priorities and interests. For example, the EU, at a certain point, it is obvious to me that it is at the helm of democracy support in many ways, but with a known economic and market focus, thinking about democracy from an EU perspective. This market focus determines its vision of democracy, and the vision of democracy it also supports. We have Ms. Wetzel here who called this once in an article a narrow and shallow agenda of democracy support the EU is kind of giving, for example, to Eastern Partnership countries. On the other side, we have international organizations, for example, who are much more concentrated on values instead of economies, bringing in the Council of Europe, for example. On the other hand, those organizations are also kind of paralyzed by authoritarian regimes as members inside, who are stopping or putting their brakes on much more progressive policy in terms of democracy. And the last thing about actors is, I'm very curious about the role of national governments, EU governments, in democracy support. To a certain degree, I have the impression that they are hiding behind the EU, which for me is not the most obvious nature of democracy support, because democracy is best developed inside the European Union nation states, where it should be. But I guess that for many European Union governments, democracy support is not something they really want to engage in. And they're hiding behind the EU, and they're deliberately putting this to the EU level to get rid of this. Then talking about the instruments, I guess this is our biggest problem in democracy support. For me, it's obvious that the EU and also the Council of Europe are rather working on external conditions and not on the very hard elements of the political regime, such as civil rights or the economic regime. The danger by doing that is that by helping governments which are not democracies yet in strengthening external conditions of statehood, for example, could lead in the end to support the authoritarian state building, authoritarian state structures. Another point is that we are too much thinking also in structures in our democracy support policy. We are talking a lot about capacity building in the Council of Europe, for example, but what's the point in creating or helping someone creating democratic institutions without having democrats actually in those countries? So we should think much more about investment in people and in education, democratic education. And the last thing, which is obvious to me, aside from the usual argument of technocracy and over-bureaucratization, is that our notion of democracy support in the West has become very apolitical, depoliticized. So where's our support actually for individuals, for parties and parliaments? I can tell you why this does not happen. Because parties and parliaments are no catchwords even right now in the very EU states. Parliaments are the institutions of EU states which are having the least public support. I only end with a small note on the Council of Europe, because I think this is technical. The Council of Europe is also kind of exemplary in, or it tells you a lot of how unfit international institutions which were created decades ago are for new tasks such as democracy promotion. Normally, the Council of Europe should be at the help of democracy promotion, because this organization is about values, democracy, human rights, and rule of law. But actually, it has become impossible with its membership to lend democracy support with its main task, its mandate, by standard setting and monitoring. It's impossible at the Council of Europe, for example, to talk about a democracy charter or an NGO protection instrument. It's absolutely impossible. The Russians, not only the Russians and the Turks, would right away kill this idea. You know, it's also Western governments who are not very kind of enthusiastic about any help binding their hands by giving any instruments into the hands of NGOs, even in their own country. So this kind of creates a very weird democracy support policy in the Council of Europe. It uses actually instruments it does not have. It has no mandate. It has no instrument to further democracy support. It has no budget for it, but the expectations are very high. You know? When we had this agreement in February here with the Polish government, I was completely reading it it was the 21st of February, right? With the four ministers and the Polish government and the opposition. And I read this document they all signed, and in the 5 suggestions, the word Council of Europe was mentioned twice, you know, as kind of helping Ukraine to become a democracy. This is not going to work.
Well, thanks a lot, André, for the passionate introduction. I think it was a good framework for policy. In the Council of Europe, unfortunately, I was a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and absolutely underline what you have said. It's a shame what's going on there. But anyway, this is not our main issue right now. I would have a couple of questions also how the case of Romania is being seen by you, because it was an awesome election, yeah, and it was mainly driven by the civil society from the diaspora. But we can come back maybe a little bit later, because I think this is astonishing, and also maybe a second or third wave of silent revolution, or decent revolution in Europe. But first, I would like to give the word to the floor to Natalia Skovorody. She is going to tell us a little bit about the, let's say, conditions or what's necessary maybe to have an efficient support for democracy here in Ukraine. What are the mistakes that have been made? What is necessary to really support the NGOs, local NGOs. She also wrote about decentralization and federalism, so this is actually an old topic for researchers dealing with Ukraine, which I think is pretty interesting, so you can maybe pick up a little bit on that, and also because Friede is a very well-known institution for the breakaway territories. They deal a lot with Abkhazia and South Ossetia also, and it's also always a question there how to deal with the territories, with the breakaway territories, how to attract people from there, how to integrate into, let's say, the home country, and to deal questions with that. But we are not at that step right now. First of all, I give Natalia the floor for a little overview.
First, I'd like to talk just about one actor in democracy, not even democracy promotion, but what is called civil society development, which is not necessarily called democracy promotion, but things are other means like overcoming conflicts or conflict resolution or development. And this actually is EU. So I will not be speaking about member states, but those member states hiding behind Russia, mainly about the EU budget. And second, I wouldn't be speaking much about Ukraine as such, but more about the region, about what is called Eastern Partnership region or Eastern Partnership. And I just wanted to give you a brief overview of how the EU is changing in its approaches to civil society and what comes out in practice of this theoretical, this policy change that you declared. Just a little bit of maybe introduction to that. The EU came here as a donor, and to other post-Soviet countries in the 90s didn't work much with civil society, and also even not much with democracy promotion. Then with Eastern Partnership Initiative, civil society was one of the partners in how they were seeing the changes countries, and then civil society, Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum was created. And then after the Arab Spring, the focus on partnership with societies was even bigger, and then this communication appeared in 2012 about Europe's engagement with society in external relations, which was not really about Europe's Eastern neighborhood, but more widely. And I'll try to analyze how this shifting trends of the EU turn face with civil society is relatively practiced in the Eastern neighborhood. First of all, I can say that the ways of use and work with civil society became more multiple. First, there is more funding. You can see the numbers increasing funding to civil society actors available, and there are more instruments introduced. The most recent introduced was civil society facility, and civil society facility basically to work on the issue that we talked about in the first half of the day on supporting the civil society actors' capacity building, and also helping them to engage with policymakers to influence all of them into advocacy influencing policies. However, what I can say that still local civil societies receive a tiny bit of EU funding that goes to our region. If you look at the major instruments through which the region is funded, is now called a European Neighborhood Instrument. It shows that if you take out the budgets, because it's already the law, local civil society organizations receive 4% of the rest of the budget. The rest, the larger sums goes to European consultancies, basically for-profit organizations, 40%, which is 10 times more if you think. Then the second would be European international organizations, 32%. One of them is actually Council of Europe that doesn't have funding and so on. And then European public bodies and European interests, and local society organizations will be on the end of it. Then if you think about the criticism that was raised by many years by researchers like us, but also society activists themselves about how we fund and create bureaucracy, we can still see that these problems haven't been solved, even though the price efforts were made. Focused on well-established professional NGOs is pretty much around the capitals. It's still there, but it's also because of this complicated high administrative procedures of managing and applying for EU grants that it shows the access barrier. The EU introduced granting schemes to deal with this problem, so to support what we said also discussed at the beginning, to help the grassroots to reach out to the provinces and so on, but this granting scheme doesn't work really, doesn't implement it properly yet. Again, the criticism of low flexibility of the EU in terms of, for example, orange revolution happened, then the project has to redesign itself, or that happened. There are many things for NGOs deal with the grants to change it, but how the EU functions is very On the positive side, we introduced /2 as a European Endowment for Democracy, which is financed by the member state, which is more flexible in terms of accommodating rapidly developing changes and supporting actions beyond any media. Also, human rights activists are in trouble, I think, here in Ukraine, supporting pictures of police files. The EU is also, as a union, tries to act to the crisis, and maybe people who are observing it for many years were surprised at how quickly EU responded to special measures for Ukraine, the state building contract, which the bulk of it goes to the government as a budget support, but also there is a package of 10 million civil society program basically to support the civil society role in the reforms. But still, the package was signed quickly, but then the implementation will take time. Second point I'd like to make is basically that the EU is trying, at least on the paper, but also recently in practice, is trying to see a civil society in the countries where it works, not as in terms of donor-recipient relations, but as partners. And precisely this communication I was mentioning, under something like there will be roadmaps for engaging with civil society, developed as a diplomatic instrument, not only about aid, but also other types of relationships that you can have with civil society. And such roadmaps were published for Belarus, for Armenia, for Georgia, and for Ukraine, Moldova, the Azerbaijan and Turkey process. But what those have been published already show that EU tries to take a more comprehensive approach to civil society, so it's not only focused on what we were talking about here in the beginning, foreign fighting organization, but also to see how they can reach to other types of organizations that belong to civil society, including media. Second, that civil society is also seen as a partner in promoting change. And the document also shows, if you read them, that there is a better understanding, or at least better attempt to understand better the needs of civil society, and also how civil society development is linked to broader political context, whether in these countries where, like Azerbaijan or Georgia and Ukraine, and what are the different needs in these countries, and focus on an environment which is not only legal framework, but also social and cultural conditions, which is also something positive that you translate to understand involvement of civil society in dialogue with local, but also EU own policies, like funding policies, and international level capacity development and so on. The scene is now, we'll see how it will be implemented, because one thing is to produce a nice paper, and then we'll set up and then we'll show it. More research shows also that civil society also tries to, local civil society tries to influence EU policies. We were talking about it a little bit before, about diaspora, but it's not only the diaspora, but domestic groups. Basically, they even try to reach out to those policy areas which are not seen as legitimate for them. I mean, not only funding civil society, the program, but also policies that normally very sensitive for the EU and the member states, like security policy, the sanctions policy. For example, recently there was a city mission launched for Ukraine. This mission is to support security sector reform in Ukraine. And civil society in Brussels, but also there were some people from Ukraine that were brought to talk with people who designed this mission and who work there. And they were really, they wanted to know more about how they could engage with civil society. And they said that in their mandate and their program documents, they will have, which part of the mandate will be to liaise with civil society actors before they acknowledge the role of these actors in the security sector reform. And the people should be some instrument of the member states, so they really kind of, usually they try to keep outside actors out, so it's a good development, but again, it will depend how it will be implemented in practice. But still, also research shows that there are much more efforts to be done in order to involve civil society in EU policies toward the countries, like for example, budget support. Recent research by policies and international affairs show that basically civil society actors are not involved in the process in this partnership now. And finally, my last point would be ways to improve. I'd like to mention the book that was published this year by Friedrich Schiller and Susan was one of the creators. It's called Democracy, Promotion, and Civil Society. And they took a great effort trying to theorize basically the relationship between democracy, promotion, and civil society development. And one of the chapters basically they show that there are many functions that civil society can serve, and sometimes donors and also society themselves, only see it in one, let's say. It's like a liberal tradition of civil society as a wash of this kind of harm to the state. Whereas Republican traditions of the civil society support the state, provide services to the state, what people see here. But there are also other means how society can serve democracy, such as serving as the school of democracy, social capital, and also creating this happiness in communication space, public sphere. And I guess what they do and other donors should do is to think a little bit about what functions of civil society they want to support, how they see this way to democracy promotion in civil society. And because supporting one function or another, or all of them, you also can influence the final product, what you want to see, what kind of democracy you want to promote. And of course, if you look at the many new instruments, you can see that mainly watch the function, sometimes also this idea of this society helping the state providing some services to people, like where the state is not efficient or helping, are the main one, but there are also efforts to do a little bit, think that can contribute to other functions of civil society, for example, social capital. So the EU funds scholarships for students from the region to study at the universities. There are some programs of research exchange, and there are language programs in Belarus, as far as I know, with the EU funds, people can study European languages. There are support to education and cultural institutions, but I think there much more help is needed to help civil societies, European societies on both sides of the EU border to create more horizontal links. And here I think about basically education, not only higher education, but all kinds of educational activities and mobility. And without regime, I think is one of the benefits everybody agrees on, but there are also other things how you can enhance mobility within the society, Ukrainian society. We're talking about donors before, I think it was very accurate from a few years ago, but I don't think it's changed a lot. People who know is 90% of them have traveled abroad. This kind of things. But also creating exchanges between school and student use, activist journalism, and so on. All kinds of links and creating spaces for socialization, for learning, for communication, for society. And last but not least, I think that the case of Maidan in Ukraine shows that an important part of you promoting democracy through civil society or helping to develop civil society is not the most important part, is the power of its attraction, the normative appeal of the and the image of the EU in this context. And I think it's extremely important for the EU to act in accordance with this perceived image of the normative act of the Union with values and universal human rights. Because if it's not doing that, the rest it becomes less relevant. I mean, I remember this black instance from Maidan. Like, you stop being concerned to do something, you know, and all this frustration of people that EU doesn't stand up for values when people come up to this European flags running these values. So I think that you couldn't deal with civil society only as a part of the kind of sexual approach. Okay, here we support civil society, here we do other things. The policy of helping civil society and democracy promotion can be separated from other policies, and I think more for general civil society mainstream immediately before policies. Thank you very much.
Great. I think there are many points to deepen later on. I think what is definitely necessary is more having exchange, and I think mobility is not just important, but really have a somatic marker to bring people in another environment, for example, judges, prosecutors, to really that they feel what democracy, what rule of law really means, how judges in the West work, and so how to implement this kind of really serious exchange programs, not just let people travel. This is one thing, yeah. These are free regime, that's for sure, yeah. But bringing really more democracy influenced people back from the West and really implementing here in the system. This is one thing. And the other thing, I heard that Katja Smarin this morning talk about professionalizing the NGOs. I think this is also a little bit critical, whether you would like to rather have from the root grassroots activities and try to change the system within the EU, as you said, adopt maybe another system so that There's less bureaucracy and it's easier to apply for grants and have also local grants, or you really try to foster here the NGOs who go for professionalizing. I'm not sure what is the best strategy. We can discuss that later. So I would like to give the floor to Friedrich Schiller now. Maybe talk a little bit. I think Alina from Moldova said a very interesting, gave us a very interesting perspective on capacity building in Moldova. And I think it's not just a case of Moldova. When you have more money bringing in from international or European donors, yeah, then that was my experience in the 90s in Russia too. We tried to build up structures in the, let's say, rural society in Russia. It's called Soyuz Selskovo Молодежи, SSM. And before the money came, they were very well. They were highly mobilized. It was really fun working with them. And then they got bags of money from the West and was dead. Yeah, they just worked for the money, but not for the idea, not for the concept. So what I would like to see is a little bit, is it just the money, yeah, which is needed here in the country, or is it really a strategy? I think that what is needed is first the signals from the European Union and the strategy, and then we can talk about the money it's needed. But I would like to hear maybe Dimitri what you have to say.
Absolutely. Actually, I just exactly this is what I wanted to start with. I'm not going to talk about money. I'm going to talk about other things, because there are a lot of things which impact the civil society development and democracy development. Actually, I also want to make the same kind of reservation which Natalia said in the beginning of her speech, her presentation, that actually there are a lot of things in common, but there are also in difference when we talk about democracy promotion or reforms promotion or civil society development and civil society promotion. It's much in common, but still several issues which are starting from big issues, from political messaging from the European Union. Probably something what I'm going to talk maybe was already mentioned in the previous discussions this day. I'm sorry I wasn't here, I wasn't able to follow, so forgive me if I repeat something, but just very quickly. First, of course, I'm going to speak about from Ukrainian perspective, not from regional perspective. From Ukrainian perspective, European partnership has not given actually much added value. That's clear. The whole regional approach from the European Union was not giving, first for Ukraine, was not giving really much added value. And second, maybe biggest failure was actually to assess, of course, to assess the Russian rivalry, Russian alternative integration ambitions, and everything what comes out of it. Because Ukraine and other countries in Eastern Partnership were treated pretty much as understand as, let's say, Western Balkan states. But Western Balkan states had nothing, not any other option, and nobody actually were bringing them any other option. For Ukraine, we were having another option, and we were imposing the other. We were being imposed this other option from Russia. Another issue which, in many respects, actually related to this presence of alternative integration scenarios, is the conditionality which was applied by European Union and all the problems of applying conditionality in the Eastern Partnership, and specifically, I'm talking about from Ukrainian perspective. Just maybe one example, maybe the biggest one, is the conditionality about signing the association agreement, which we had last year. I think it's very difficult to message the conditionality to the society. Because when we were talking that to Yanukovych, to Ukraine, to Ukrainian society, the message was, if you want to sign the association agreement, we want to sign the association agreement, but you need to release Tymoshenko first. I mean, I think if the European Union would have been consistent on that message, they would my guess is that there wouldn't be any Maidan. Because then the European Union would have to bear the blame for not signing. Because then the European Union would say, Tymoshenko is not out, we are not going to sign. So Yanukovych would have brilliant escape. He would say, look, they've done so many laws, but still they are kind of having some questions about us and so on and so on and so on. So basically, it's the European Union's fault. It's the European Union who is not willing to sign. Fortunately enough, the European Union changed its mind. They said, okay, Tymoshenko also changed their mind. We know it. They said, okay, let's sign it anyway. And it was only, I mean, Yanukovych had no other chance but to say that he himself doesn't want to sign. And that, actually, of course, that backfired. Because still society expectation was really high, and society was angry that the Ukrainian government was refusing to go in this direction. I'm not saying that conditionality should be abandoned, of course not, but what I'm saying is just that it should be smart. It should be supported by a credible offer, by a big and credible offer. It should be supported by very good political economy analysis on the ground. It should be understood what is realistic, what is not realistic. And maybe sometimes the sequence is very important. And basically, you need to think it much more through. And about the follow-up of all this, all the story which we have now, I'm pretty sure that it was already mentioned. I heard the discussion at the end of the discussion of the last panel. Of course, the European perspective of any sort of kind of signal of European inclusion of Ukraine is very highly expected by society in Ukraine. And of course, I mean, people who vote for Europe were expecting, as one of my colleagues said, we're not already expecting this free regime. It's too little for us now. But reality is that there's no free regime. There's no EU membership perspective. Even more, the visa facilitation. We have visa facilitation, but in practice, Italian embassies give multiple entry visas quite quickly without any problem to Russians in Moscow, and not in Kyiv. And if you're going to go as a tourist to Italy, I mean, if you're Russian, you have no problem. If you are Ukrainian, you will. I'm not going to speak about a lot of things related to Russian aggression and now all the expectations of the European Union support, but this is basically now, I think, the most important thing. I think now even not the membership perspective as such, but this feeling of unity, of feeling of support from Europe in our struggle for our independence, this is maybe now the most paramount thing. And I mean, I'm pretty sure you know that in Ukraine, the media, the society is very closely following all the statements, all the actions or not actions which are done or not done by European Union, by European member states. Coming to actually to the civil society. Civil society, in my perspective, what we are going to have now, we're already having it, is the situation which we had in 2005, 2010, that we are not now, we don't have now the pressure, we are not on the defensive. The civil society is not on the defensive as it was in 2010, 2013, right? So basically, we are not going to I mean, now it's not a problem of enabling environment for kind of regulatory environment. It's not a problem that you cannot enjoy the right of assembly, of association, of freedom of speech, and so on. That was a problem of Yanukovych time, but now it's not a problem. Now the problem is different. The problem is that not mentioning this Financial sustainability is another issue. I think the biggest issue is the participation in this decision making. The feeling is that we are we are living in, so to say, parallel worlds. Still, society is living its own way. The state apparatus, the governmental, the real decisions are made in their own way. And the basic problem, I don't know why, and those people now on top, they are so kind of, I don't know, European-like. I mean, they speak English languages. They speak so good, I mean, language, yeah, and of kind of modern policy approaches and so on. Why there is no policy cycle? Why there is no stakeholder consultations? Why? I mean, it's not even about consultation before decision is made. It's even communication after decision is made. Because if you look at the website of the Cabinet of Ministers, for instance, kind of 2 weeks ago, there were very important decisions made on plan of sectoral implementation of acquis communautaire in various sectors. What is the message? The message is that 2 or 3 paragraphs saying that some important decisions were made. How many of these decisions, how many of those decrees of the Cabinet of Ministers were adopted on generally about which topic, but not any kind of concrete substance. What does it mean? Where you can find the background, where actually you can read the document. There's no document there attached. The document is going to be checked against delivery and still be kind of there in several days. I don't know why it's so difficult. I don't know why it's so difficult. Actually, I think that many things are very small things, are very actually simple things, but nobody seems to be really interested in doing that. And I think that these small things, these small problems create actually bigger problems, because all that creates the feeling of not being involved, of not having ownership. I mean, we don't know actually what government is doing. The government is trying to, I mean, basically to make political PR. What's really the substance? Who knows? And coming to the European Union, in that respect, if you compare, I think European Union also needs to set the example as well. I don't know why it was, I mean, you remember, it was so huge debate about publishing a cessation agreement. Come on, we're talking about transparency of Ukrainian government. Let's talk about transparency of the European Union. The same story was with publishing of the text of this Democratization action plan, even before session agreement story. Now the situation is different. It's becoming more and more better. EU is committed to transparency and accountability. Foreign policy discussion, consultations with civil society on the ground and so on. There were documents adopted. Just recently, EU country roadmap adopted in summer this year, actually talking about these things. But so far, still it's, in many respects, still declarations, still good intentions, and sometimes practices. But I don't think that it is already kind of habit. What we need to have is actually really the habit, the culture of having such consultations. And maybe just last point about it, just another interesting example of European Union, I don't know, influence in this civil society is the discussion which I'm now involved in, about this establishing the civil society platform under the association agreement. I'm not going to talk about it in detail, but in principle, one of the key issues why the situation now is very complicated, seems to be very complicated, and I don't know how it will be resolved in the near future, maybe not in the near future. The issue which I see clearly is that the European side of this platform, which is by the agreement text, is the European Economic Social Committee, sees himself in the position of dictating to the other side, the Ukrainian side of this platform, how it should be organized. Something which is, I think, would be unthinkable if we would be talking about kind of parliamentary association committee or governmental association committee or association council. But in the case of civil society platform, somehow the European Economic Social Committee can say, I mean, they think they can say that they have the right to interpret the agreement in the way they want it to interpret, and impose on the Ukrainian civil society how they should understand the agreement. Why? Because you integrate the European Union. You want to have European civil society. What is European civil society? This is European Economic Social Committee. That's basically their logic. So, sorry to say, but sometimes it's really disappointments which we have on this way. And we also need to remember that democratic deficit is also something which is discussed in the European Union member states. So nothing special if at some point we will have the same kind of talk about it in Ukraine as well.
Thank you very much. Also, many points have been raised, and I think we can also get back to that, to the particular points, but I can comfort you with the TTIP in Germany, the negotiations, not even the members of parliament, of the European Parliament, get any inside information of the mandate and so on. That's really tough even for people who are very close to the Commission to get information. So, I mean, you cannot compare, but at least it is a trade, or should be, it's supposed to be a trade agreement, and it's very similar to the association agreement. So, I mean, yeah, trade agreements is always a bit tricky, and it's what people explain to me, it's not so easy to open that up. But nevertheless, I think we made some important points with participation for the domestic issues. I think this should be a matter of time. What I've read, for example, from Igor Sobolev from a couple of days ago, they said in 1 month they made already a difference. Yeah? They invite experts, external experts, they have hearings, everything. They work together through party and fraction groups and so on. So I'm a little bit more optimistic than was I. And now it's, yeah, you're an expert and I'm an optimist. And now it's Suzanne's turn to tell us a little bit about the concrete figures here, I think, in Ukraine, and tell us about the further strategy and the strategies for support and donors. So there will be a short overview and the different phases of supporting of democracy she's going to talk about, and a little bit how it influenced the MPs. So it's up to you.
Okay. Thank you, Viola. Okay, I guess in this room we are running a little bit out of oxygen, so I just had the imagination if we were in a plane right now, we would find a massive concentration right now. But anyway, this is why I have to prevent you from falling asleep, and there will be some slides, some charts, and some diagrams, and I hope to entertain you a little bit and entertain your eyes with it. So the title of our panel in the program was Strategies, Resources, and Limits of External Support to Civil Society. So I will talk about it in a little bit other way around. I will start with the resources of external democracy promotion, describe the strategies that translate these resources, and come to some outcomes and limits of external democracy promotion. And with this, I also invite you to have a kind of journey from a macro perspective of the resources to a meso perspective of these strategies, and to a very micro perspective of what people are doing with these strategies and resources. So let's come to facts and figures, as it was questioned already this morning and asked for. I just collected some data on official development aid towards Ukraine channeled through civil society and NGOs. Of course, there are several statistics who show different numbers and so on. I just decided to use the data that is provided by the OECD on the ODA, so the Official Development Aid of those countries, mainly those Western European countries plus Canada and the United States. And you see that in the broad sector of building social infrastructure, we have one subsector that is called government and civil society. And this subsector, government and civil society, still contains three elements or three further smaller segments, and these are government and civil society in general, peace and conflict, so peace building, civilian peace building and conflict resolution, and social issues, welfare issues. And if you have a look on this chart, you see that the very sub-segment of government and civil society is nearly as broad as the whole part that is spent for this section, government and civil society in general. So these two lines are nearly congruent, and we see that it went up to nearly, sorry, there's a little mistake, that it went up to nearly $60 million in the year 2012. And this is money spent again in this subsector only for the purpose of giving it to the channel of NGOs and civil society. So next slide, please. Well, and this again, this subsector of government and civil society has several parts where you can see here, or several issues, let's say. And there are some issues that were important all the time. For example, the blue line you see, this is democratic participation and capacity building for civil society. It rose pretty early in 2006, was at a medium level, and then rose again in 2010. But we also have, for example, the media line, and the media line was in the first part, or in the first years, pretty low, and then became stronger just later on. You have also the lower black line, which is the money spent for the issue of anti-corruption, fight against corruption. And you see that this one is extremely low. So in 2009 there was a little peak, but compared to the other issues that were supported by the official development aid of the OECD countries, it is not very much money spent there. And you have, I asked you also to keep in mind that elections were very high, or the issue of elections was very high only in 2012. So this is just to show how the money in the subsector of government and civil society was differentiated through the various themes and issues. Next slide. And now, what are exactly the ways this money takes? So the main ways are project funding. You see here the comparison of the exact channeling of this money to different channels, and nearly, or in general, about 75%, so 72 in 2012, or 83%, was channeled through direct project support. So most of the money spent for all these parts, civil society and government subsector, was to support direct projects, which are only mostly short-time projects and so on. There's another way of supporting supporting civil society, and that is core funding. That would mean to give a certain amount of money to an NGO just to let them work within their own ideas, to let them implement their own projects, etc. This is just to give a loan, give a certain sum, and say, okay, do what you want with that. Of course, we want to report, but it's your money now. Try to implement your own ideas. And you see that this funding channel, which is called core funding, is extremely marginal. So in 2010, it's even not within this diagram. So it's less than 1%. In 2011, it was a little bit more. In 2012, it was also this very small slice of the cake. So the most important channel is project funding, and this is again an overview of where the money of these project funding parts went in 2012. And you see again that democratic participation That means civil society capacity building is one of the biggest parts. And you see again that, for example, fight against corruption is very small. So keep this just in mind, okay? And now let's have a last look on the question who's giving most of the money, and you may guess who's the biggest donor in Ukraine for civil society, for projects. No, not for project funding, for the whole segment of government and civil society. Support, of course, is the United States. You have the 3 years, 2010, 2011, and 2012 here, and it's the United States on the first place, it's Canada, and then it's a very, very much smaller amount of money for each year. The other countries, you see them. Okay, so now it is the question, how does all this, or what is the way exactly of this money? Because it's not only about resources, you know that money is nice, but it does not work and it does not democratize, unfortunately. So, in which way do donors translate this money? And this is the question of the strategies. So donor strategies are based on one very important issue. I suppose that every donor has a kind of idea of what civil society should ideally do in a democratization process. And we can distinguish two main strategies or two main functions of civil society in a democratization process, or two perspectives, and Natalia was already speaking about that chart here. It is either a Republican perspective, or in this perspective, civil society is kind of complementary to the state. Civil society is seen as a location for learning processes. So within civil society groups, people learn to bargain, to cooperate, to formulate political ideas and so on. And it's kind of democratization from below. And we have the liberal perspective on the other side. And this is a perspective where civil society is seen as a watchdog. So it is something that defends citizens' rights towards an authoritarian system or a potential authoritarian system and power. And it's important to know that these different functions of civil society are important at different points of time in a democratization process. I think you are all very aware of this system of different phases of democratization. Of course, this is an ideal type model of a democratization process. Democratization is never a one-way process, we know, but the ideal type process contains the 3 phases. First, the dissolution of the autocratic system. Second, an institutionalization of democratic institutions. And third, the consolidation of a political culture. And the watchdog civil society, so the liberal perspective, is important, especially in the first part of this development, so in the dissolution of the non-democratic power structures. And we saw that when civil society, when this watchdog came out on the streets and brought this democratic moment of the Euromaidan. The other perspective, so the civil society as a school for democracy, becomes more and more important during the institutionalization process, but especially during the consolidation process, where a democratic culture has to be established. Another question is, what are the images or what are the ideas of external donors in Ukraine actually about civil society, its functions, and what are the donors' ideas of how they want to support civil society so that they can implement these functions. And during the last years, I did a huge field research here in Ukraine, and I interviewed many donors about their strategies and about their project cycles and so on and so on. And I could distinguish 3 different groups of donor strategies. And the first group, please read the columns. The first group is the group of professionalizers. So the professionalizing strategy of democracy and civil society support sees civil society primarily in a liberal perspective as a watchdog civil society. You can see this, for example, in the issues that are supported, but you can see that also, for example, in the selection process. So if a donor wants to cooperate with any civil society organization, the question is how to find this cooperation partner. And many organizations implement a certain, let's say, economic logic of finding their cooperation partners, and that is just announcing calls for application, or also having auditing processes where civil society organizations have to compete to get a grant. So this style of supporting and cooperating with civil society could be called a professionalizing strategy. The completely different strategy is the strategy of the partners, or maybe also networkers, on the other side of this chart. And the partners prefer seeing civil society in this republican function, so they suppose civil society to be kind of place for learning, place for democratic culture, etc. They have also calls for applications, but they also rely much more on this networking aspect, trying to find their cooperation partners also in informal ways and so on. And so they have a very different approach of supporting civil society. And here on that side, we find mainly some political foundations, but also cultural institutes, for example. So they support civil society in that way. And then we have a medium column, which I call public diplomats. Why? This is a group that comprises mostly embassies. Embassies, nearly every Western embassies of these OECD countries has a kind of human rights and democratization program here in Ukraine, but they are not so very, well, they are not acting so very professional. They are not so, let's say, aware of their democratization programs, and they tend to orient their work rather on the professionalizers or sometimes on the partners approach, but rather on the professionalizers approach. And I call them public diplomats because for them, democracy programs are not their core business, of course, because they are embassies, but it's something nice to have. Now, where does that all lead us? And I come to the micro, or I would like to invite you to the micro perspective of what is civil society now doing with all this money and strategies and so on and so on. And this is just one example, and I think it is a positive example. Of course, there might be other examples that might be negative, but here you see a network first, and this network is the network of people who are who worked for a long time in the Ukrainian civil society and in the Ukrainian free media and so on. So these were important civil society persons. I think you know most of these names here. And they were all running for a candidature, for the Verkhovna in October. Most of them succeeded in getting a mandate. And this chart shows not only that these different persons were on the different lists. For example, the yellow line is the list of Poroshenko, the pink line is the list of Samokomic. Furthermore, you see many connections between those people, and the connections show that they were heavily cooperating in civil society organizations, campaigns, and media that were also supported by external donors. And you see that some of these names are have bigger letters and some have smaller letters, and those the biggest letters are the most prominent persons in their networks. That means that those persons, for example, Skovorody or Svetlana Saniszczuk, were very present within the network because they joined many different organizations or campaigns. So they were active in many different campaigns with others. So you see that those with the biggest names were connected very well and very broadly active. So what were the main, let's say, spots or hubs for the cooperation? You see, sorry, this is another program. This is better to analyze, but it's a little bit an ugly, an ugly picture. Here you see the round spots are the persons, and the others are the most important organizations, campaigns, or media institutions that connected those people. And you see in the center, for example, of course, the Maidan, but you see also, or maybe, the small microphone and just show something on the would be better. Okay, I'm sorry that it's not so very visible, but for example, you see here the NGO renovation reforms package. You see here one very important thing, that was the campaign Stop Censorship, which was organized mainly by the NGO Center UA. You see again that many people were connected again through the Euromaidan itself, but also through the media institution Ukrainska Pravda. So those were the main social hubs, and here is, for example, anti-corruption. So these were different organizations which were active in this fight against corruption. And these were the most important social hubs for those people to connect, to come together, and to form that network that made some of those people very prominent and very active. And I think that this anti-corruption network is a very interesting example, because if you remember the charts I was talking about at the beginning, yes, we saw that anti-corruption was not very huge, or was not supported with so huge amounts of money as others were. But you see that nowadays the anti-corruption platform or the anti-corruption organizations were extremely important for bringing up those people who are no party in the parliament. And here you see again the same picture, but just with the different parties and party lists on which they entered the parliament. And you see that this is completely, it's completely mixed. It is not that you could say, okay, people who were connected mainly through, let's say, the campaign Stop Censorship are only on one list. No, you see a very diverse social field of social skilled actors who engaged in many different lists and many different parties. Okay, now, okay, coming to a conclusion. Oops. What are what are not only prospects for external democracy promotion? What can external democracy promotion contribute, and where are problems? I start with the problems. We were talking a lot today about the problem of the professionalized civil society, of organizations who are somewhere in a parallel universe and so on. And of course, this is something that can emerge out of the support. We have the phenomenon of the political service providers, so organizations who implement every issue unless just if they get money for it, and they will change the issue if they get money for a different issue. And of course, we have the problem that unregistered initiatives, new initiatives, might be marginalized because external donors do not have them within their focus. But the prospects or the positive issues are that we see the supported issues themselves are not so very relevant. For example, again, anti-corruption. Ukraine is still corrupt. Anti-corruption work has been done, but the most important issue of all this anti-corruption work was that it brought people together, and that it helped to form and to educate skilled social actors who could act then in different parts of civil society and of democratization. And of course, we could argue that every support of civil society could bring up new change agents, but this is a very, very long perspective. Thank you.
Thanks. We're all looking forward to have your thesis in our hands published in summer. Well, because we run out of time, and I get many signs from many people, and we really have to try to cut the questions short. I have a couple of questions, especially how to keep the mobilized civil society up. Yeah? Let's say this war is hopefully soon settled. Yeah? How to get this mobilized society up under a different environment? This would be interesting. And also there's some question from Andreas Umlauf in the last row, and there are three other questions. So where is the microphone? Yes. There's one. Here we go.
Was the first?
just a very short question to them, whether you could also talk a little bit what your prospects are on the presence of civil society activists in parliament. I think you identified 19 of them who come to parliament, 19. Is that large enough? Will they be able to, in your estimation, be able to change something if they are called Narada, or is it just a, you know, ephemerals is not important?
You want one more? No?
Yes, my lights first.
Ольга Мирошина, Харків. Так як я одна з регіону, я дивилася на ці графіки. Я смотрела на эти графики и хотела сказать, все смешалось в доме Облонских, у меня в голове тоже. Оказывается, столько финансирования, но у нас и даже фамилии. Я поняла, что все это финансирование так и осталось в Киеве, потому что даже пофамильно было написано, какие организации и какие фамилии прошли в парламент и что, кого профинансировали. Регионы к этому не имеют ни малейшего отношения. Ни один человек, представитель гражданского общества с Украины, не баллотировался, и он не прошел. Поэтому мне бы очень... Вот я слушаю все сессии, и мне хочется сказать, пожалуйста, не путайте общественные организации и гражданское общество. Общественная организация – это офис, это печать, это люди, которые что-то для себя там делают. А гражданское общество – это действие. Или оно что-то может, или оно что-то может контролировать и снести Януковича и так далее, или оно не может. Так вот, гражданское общество гораздо шире. И вот именно сейчас мы увидим, что не общественные организации, которые тысячи, в Украине почти 100 тысяч, не они вышли на Майдан в основном, а именно гражданское общество. И оно сейчас трансформируется. И в регионах сейчас гражданское общество и новые общественные организации, не зарегистрированные, все берут в свои руки, все меняется. И они уже очень много начали делать. Такие инициативы, о которых даже мы не подозревали, они уже это делают. Так вот, что финансируют? Финансируют уже те инициативы, которые сейчас за свои деньги мы собираем и сделали школу лидеров и очень многое другое. Но это самофинансирование. Вот, пожалуйста, просто это не вопрос. Обратите внимание, если хотите знать, что финансировать, мы вам подскажем здесь.
Согласна 100% с вами, абсолютно.
Good evening, my name is Samuel Buddha. I'm working for Kyiv-Mohyla University and Slovak Foreign Policy Association. And I would like to go back to the international actors and just keeping to multilateral level. You mentioned EU, Andre mentioned also the COE, and I would like to ask you about the role and potential of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, in Ukraine. Yes, I expect this is one. Not only in the civil society, but it is the only organization that has mandated conflict settlement here in Ukraine. So we all know it should be done more, of course. Where is the problem? Is it participating states, or is the organization as such? So where are the limits? Where is the potential? Thank you.
So, what's the setup?
One question.
My name is Elena Tipolina, I'm Friedrich Critica. Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting to see this graph, and I noticed that there are the same bunch of people. They are working in very different initiatives like anti-corruption and stop censorship and information package of reforms. And for me, it looks quite suspicious. Like we have the same and limited number of faces. Those many of them, I mean, have expertise only in one sphere, but they active in other initiatives. And now another problem is that many of these activists became political figures. So did you see such phenomenon in other countries? And also, do you think is a kind of a problem with our civil society that only some faces, limited number here, or it's normal. And another question is about external funding. Are there any funds from the European Union and other actors for our current problems of refugees and those people who live in Donbass and will not get any financial support from the state? Are there any funds directed to help these people? Thank you.
There was one more.
Last question.
Last question.
Thank you. Valerie, thank you for the I would add to the comments of the previous questioner, extend the question to Susan. Don't you find suspicious they are sort of interconnected and at the same politically affiliated with the rival parties? That probably this is you've revealed the network of donor funds spenders, which were just puppet civil organizations behind the political parties. That's it.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Maybe this is a deficit of the so far Ukrainian politics, because I think this is a normal phenomenon that people from the civil society, from the economy, goes to politics for a certain period of time and go back. Well, this is the ideal imagination of democracy, let's put it that way. So I think that everybody can respond to that, but for us in Germany, it's a normal phenomenon. I was in parliament, I'm not elected anymore, so I do something else. And this is, I'm from the civil society, I go back, and from the economy or from the business circle, we have different, let's say, CVs or different practice. This is a normal case in Georgia. It's a very well-known case here. I mean, many people from the last civil society change into the parliament, change into the executive structures, and they will go back to civil societies when they're not being re-elected. So I don't see that too critical. But all the other questions I would like to address to my panelists here, for example, the OECD question, and the question of the regional payments, I can absolutely understand, because I have been just to Kharkiv, and I'm convinced you're completely right. There is a lot of activism, and it's not being paid by anybody. It's just being paid by the people, by the private NGOs, yeah? Just ad hoc being in the place, on the ground. Very well, a very good question. And there was a question from also the politician question, and there was one question by Andreas Rumler, which I have already forgot, but I think somebody else had noticed what it's all about. Okay, Andrei, would you like to start?
Yeah, very briefly on the OECD, because I didn't comment on that organization. I mean, let's be fair and divide between the political aspects and the technocratic aspects, I would say. I think politically for the OECD, probably, if you look at the summit last week, there was no effective political statement of Ukraine whatsoever. It was completely useless. I guess that we see indeed the parallelization. We see at the Council of Europe because of the membership. We see also in the OECD. That's kind of clear. And also, and that holds also true for the Council of Europe, but more so for the OECD politically. I guess there's a lot of fear in this organization, in those organizations, that we will have in Donbass what we had in Transnistria and in other non-recognized entities. So the problem for the OSCE being actually at the helm, because it is the organization which should take care about those problems, it is not being able to, because there's of course one big actor inside who is actually driving those very things with its own strategy. So there's a lot of fear that this kind of scenario is repeated now in the Donbass, and that it comes up for the OSCE, and its image will even further deteriorate with that. But on the other hand, if you look at the, and actually this is again for both institutions, Council of Europe and OSCE, if you look at the technocratic side, there's a big chance for both organizations, because if you look at the current conflict, What is our most important problem? Our most important problem in the West, in Ukraine, is that we do not know what's going on the ground. We do not know what's going on in Crimea, we don't know what's going on in the Donbass. So if those organizations would have an effective role, and I mean Germany is pushing for it from the very beginning of this crisis, in actually monitoring effectively what's going on, and it is to a certain degree happening now. Even Russian OSCE people are kind of engaged in this monitoring in an effective way. I guess then there is, if this kind of monitoring task is handled effectively, there can be a chance for both organizations. But to be honest, coming back to the experience of the Council of Europe, I doubt it, because what I see there is that the authoritarian governments, they're really clever in watering down those reports to the degree that they do not that you do not recognize anything of importance in those reports. Yes.
Okay, how to keep society mobilized? I think society will be mobilized. The question is with which agenda? Whether it will be negative agenda or whether it will be positive agenda. And this is actually the question to the politicians, because it depends on them. If they create the atmosphere that society is involved in decision making, in building up a new country, even maybe mistakes on their role, but still, I mean, there is no ownership that you can influence, you can do something. You are heard, yeah? You participated in the process. Then there won't be so much dissatisfaction and so much disappointment. If there will be so much disappointment and dissatisfaction, then this trash bucket challenge is probably just very small early signs of what can be going there, and what can wait for those politicians in the end if they don't deliver and don't create the positive. On the presence of civil society activists in the parliament, I don't know. I mean, I think everything is possible. Ukraine now is in a situation that everything is possible. You could not imagine many things 1 year ago that we would be discussing now. Who knows? Maybe they will be able to turn the things upside down in the radar. Maybe. I hope so. But I think that it's not only about people in the system, but also about the procedures in the system. And if they will be clever enough to change the procedures, and if they will be capable for that, then they will succeed. About money, in principle, I completely share the feeling of Olga Miroshnik, and I agree with her. I mean, that's why actually I was not talking about financial support to civil society. Actually, one of the messages is that donors need to be careful and not to spoil the people. Just come on, let's be frank. Should the Facebook page of Euromaidan be volunteer thing, or should it have been paid with the grant? It was paid with the grant. I don't know. Maybe it is not the best case. I think that in principle, those issues, those organizations who are able to find local funding actually are strategically more sustainable, and they are actually about. I think they will succeed in the long term. Maybe even now, of course, there are a lot of international money in Ukraine, but with the time it will change. And about OSCE, we can talk about particular organization of OSCE. The problem is that part of the conflict is involved in the decisions about format and procedures how to solve the conflict. We all know that OSCE is not about to solve the problem, not to solve the conflict. And not only OSCE, but also EU is not about to solve the conflict. What we hear is about de-escalation, basically freezing. We don't hear about winning the conflict. And it's not only about EU, it's not about OECD, it's also about everybody. It's also about Ukrainian leadership. The major strategy of Poroshenko is freezing the conflict, de-escalating it. Maybe it's right, I mean, maybe this is the right strategy, I mean, taking into consideration all the realities. I don't know, I mean, it's a huge discussion about it. But let's be frank, Ukraine has not applied to UN, for instance, to identify Russia officially as aggressor. Russia is not officially recognized as aggressor. Russia is officially not recognized as a part of the conflict. So, what, I mean, everybody knows what is in practice. Everybody knows what is in reality. But in practice, Russia is able to be part of the conflict, at the same time influence decisions in the UN, vote in the UN on the conflict which it created. It is able to vote in the OSCE on the conflict it created. So that's what we have. I'm optimistic.
I agree with what Henry said, that donors should be harm. This is the first rule of all the donors. And I think there is a need to support this organization, but one should think how. Because I think the biggest value of these organizations, that they encourage participation, they encourage mobilization, they encourage individual activity. They are not professional NGOs where people get salaries to, to work, to be a civil society activist. And I think that they should be thinking how we can support them. And I think, I'm thinking of the EU, this big grant of €500 million, and this organization would need to stop doing everything they do and just learn how to write these big applications of 50 pages, speaking your language, these heroes speak, ticking boxes in the matters, and then investing a lot of time just hiring another person doing reporting, evaluation, and all this stuff. You don't need this. I think because it would kill the initiative. What I think that should be done is maybe to help in very innovative ways, but it means that should change. They can't sit in their bureaus, in the offices here and receive reports by email and randomly checking everything that they have to be there as partners. It's what maybe I'm reading too much to but I saw it wasn't their work, and they try to be there frequently going out, talking to people, knowing what is going on about every new initiative, advising them on personal career issues, so that all of the parliament want. So I think what girls should do is always change how they work and try to support exchange of knowledge, experiences, socialization, communication. For example, why not to bring all the different volunteers that support internally displaced people in one group with the government and let them talk. This type of thing, yes, I think why granting support, even there, grants and involving them in this professional business, we already saw what's from enough, professional who also be. Then about, and referring to what I said about mobility, I think what is also needed not only mobility because European countries and non-European countries, but also within Ukraine. And there are also plenty of work to do, and nurse can support in many different ways. But again, it's not just giving grants without one and now hands-off approach, but being more involved and also kind of living with those NGOs. About OSCE, just one point to mention, I think if we speak of OSCE and society democracy promotion, I'm just thinking about the conflict. I think that the only big value, at least from my perspective, what we see in democracy promotion business was what when we shared this group and rights lead on elections, right? They were monitoring elections, they were doing it professional way, they were people experts, and they were advising governments how to improve electoral legislation. And Congress, but it was overtaken completely by political agenda. If you think of last elections in Maidan, where they were playing in Germany, and then people from very like fast, one of the discussions of Europe received European Parliament writing reports saying that elections were perfect, I think that well. So I think, I think the problem is that this organization was politicized and also in a very political way, and they don't contribute, and those bodies that try to be very democratic and just look how the standards implemented, they were overtaken by the agenda. It's very difficult for the HR to function. To get money and everything. Like Russia wants for ages to stretch the law. Why do we need to monitor elections?
Susan can wrap up. Okay, I will just say very few words on the issue of connections. I was asked if I'm suspicious about the connections between actors, and I can tell you as a network analyst, I'm not suspicious about connections. I'm keen about connections because we're interested in making connections visible. For a sociologist, the whole world just is made up of relations and connections, and our task is just to systematize these relations to make visible in which way, in the short run, actors make relations, but also in the long run, relations make actors, and to understand why people act how they act. So I think that networking, besides of analyzing networking itself is a very important aspect of civil society. Because human beings are not isolated, and they get ideas from different segments of society, and if they are able to cooperate and to combine ideas, to combine identities, etc., something new can emerge. And I think this is the important point for networks themselves in civil society and also for network analysis. Coming just to the RADA candidates, I just want to remind you that it's not only Georgia where civil society activists joined the parliament. Of course, it is also Germany, where the whole Green Party is made up of activists or comes from civil society organizations. But it's also Poland. Just think about the Solidarność movement, which then translated into a party, but then disappeared. So this is also a very normal thing. But I think the Ukrainian civil society activists who now join the parliament are not as big and huge as the Solidarity movement was. So I think that there are big dangers for those candidates in the RADA because there are many, many possibilities to make mistakes, not only to become a little bit more like the normal politicians, but also not to be enough obvious and not to be enough present. I think their main and most important task now is to act very transparent and to be very present in the media and in the debates, because they have only one chance of success. They won't change any legislation here, but they can change the political culture and what Ukrainians expect from the discussions within their parliament. So I think that's their main task, and this is a very difficult one.
Well, thanks a lot for staying with us. And for me, those new candidates on the new parliamentarians are actually heroes, because I mean, they took the responsibility. They are brave. Yeah, they knew they risked a lot because they knew they risked the whole credibility of their own work, of what they have achieved in the civil society. But you all know that. I mean, you know Mustafa Nayyem, you know Igor, you know Hannah. So if maybe not personally, but at least you can refer to them, you can reach out to them. The former politicians, nobody had a clue what they are actually doing. But those new, let's say, with a complete different approach of politics, those new candidates, those new members, they are actually open-minded. They need the feedback from civil society. So I'm absolutely happy that they did this step. Whether they can succeed, this is another question. But for the change of the political culture in Ukraine, I think it was a big step forward. Nevertheless, we have to continue for a while. Thanks a lot for staying with us, and thanks a lot for my panelists. Concerning the IDPs, I don't have any answers right now, but I will put some projects together, some programs, and then I let you know what kind of programs already addressed to the IDPs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now still have the last panel, so I would like you to take a couple of minutes break because later on we'll be just kicked out of the building. So we really have just a couple of minutes to change the shoes and then to proceed. Thank you.
Я то sei.
Kopf will schon ausschalten. Jetzt haben wir nochmal eine Viertel vor 7. Ja, ja, Viertel vor 8 wieder rausgeschlossen. Was ist hier mit den Entschuldigungen? Ja, die müssen kurz sein. Ja. Die müssen kurz sein. Deutsch. Ja, ich habe Taxi bestellt.
Weißt du nicht, wann das Taxi kommt, oder?
Ich habe einfach geguckt, ich habe ja, sehr unterschiedlich.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats and let's have the last panel, colleagues. Unfortunately, we have now, it's not that we can discuss, we definitely can discuss these issues and things like that, but there is one technical thing. Colleagues, please settle down. There is one technical thing. In exactly 1 hour, we have to leave the building. Colleagues, please, we need to start because 10 for 8, I'm going to announce that it's all because we really need to leave the building as said. The security will come and lock it all up, so please keep it that way. We now proceed to the last section moderated by Professor Rafael Biermann. Okay, I wish us all for the discussion.
So, meine Damen und Herren, ladies and gentlemen, if possible, come in again. Okay, we will start with the last panel, which is focusing again on external democratization and democracy support, but with a kind of different focus. This is the last session that we have, and our intention is kind of a little bit to wrap up things that we discussed. And this is very difficult because there are so many things that are floating around in this room in our heads that it is very difficult to come up with any kind of summary or whatever. Let me start with two remarks before getting to the topic. Just this very brief. Why is it so important to look at civil society? I think the relevance of civil society is especially of utmost importance in this case for Ukraine because there is so much distrust concerning the government. And this distrust has increased over the years.
Now this trust is not only, we do not only find in civil society here, or in the population overall, but we also find it in the other countries and in the donor countries. So donors are also looking at civil society as groups who might be able to help transform society, and they don't, and the country, and they do not only want to rest all responsibility with the governments. The second thing is there is a fundamental change, policy change, perceptional change, if you want so. Under Yanukovych, civil society was seen as a threat, mainly as a threat, destabilizing the country, like it is today in Russia. This has changed completely. And so the agenda has also completely changed. And what we want to do now is we want to switch a little bit into the donor perspective also and see, well, now, if you heard all this discussion, what can a donor do? A donor does not know very well Ukraine probably, and the question is, where should he or she invest, given the new priorities that are there and the urgency that is there. So what we want to talk about is two things. First is current needs. What are the needs now? And we talked about in the last panels, which we might pick up. And the second point is, or 3 points. The second is potential and limits of external support, because there are also limits to what external support can do. And the third one, and this is, if you want, so the goal here, to come up with some specific proposals. What specifically can be done? What are good innovative initiatives? And again, we had some ideas that were circulated before in the other panels, and which we might pick up, and I might do this if I see a link here. So what we do is we go one by one here, and I introduce successively, and let's start here. And I think I don't have to introduce you very much, because you were on the panel already. Jörg Friedrich, you know, he is from Berlin. He is the director of the Fund for Belarus Democracy. He is the fellow for Central and Eastern Europe at the George Marshall Fund.
The German, sorry, the job. But we are kind of, I'm not too picky on those things. I mean, I'll probably have to sort of scrap a couple of things that I originally wanted to say, because I think we had a discussion already that went along with the movement of points that I thought my preparation may be coming up. I would also say that I'm coming from a very, I'm coming from a sort of very clear and pretty long-standing practitioner's sort of perspective here. Obviously, democracy assistance is relatively important. We saw in the previous discussions of having these sort of players, institutions, level of engagement, and there are also issues. My line of work has to do with direct civil society support in the country, on the ground. This obviously is a sort of relatively small part of an overall effort that democracy assistance would ideally constitute. So, for that reason, I mean, I'm not claiming here to have knowledge of sort of all the processes and players involved, but I have a particular experience there. The last one is, I'm obviously doing this primarily in a country, Belarus, that presents a very particular context. And this would also be one of the points that I'm trying to drive home here. I don't think we could be talking about a sort of universal approach, tenets, way of doing democracy assistance. I mean, this is very context specific. And I think that at least came out of all the presentations that at least I think 3 broad contexts that we need to consider and determine how we do things. One is current day Ukraine, I would say, a sort of democracy in the making, fledgling democracy, then consolidated, whatever we want to call it. But something where you basically have a political leadership and also in general political will that welcomes efforts of external democracy assistance. By contrast, in a country like Belarus, we don't have that. This is a hostile environment. You're doing something that effectively contradicts what the government wants. I think we need to sort of separate these contexts because they are completely different in the way we need to run. But I'll be coming back to that because that goes in a sort of more practical direction that we've been asked to sort of speak to. I would still say that it goes back to a sort of somewhat broader and somewhat conceptual level. There's a number of dilemmas that we all face. I mean, the first is that we have a credibility problem. And that credibility problem emerged in the last 10 years. It's linked to things like regime change, sort of keywords. It's linked to our own lack of self-confidence about democracy in the European Union. There's a whole aspect whereby we don't project an idea of democracy that is all that convincing and that people, for instance, in people's societies, for instance, in the Eastern neighborhood, find immediately attractive. So I think there's an issue here of credibility, to some extent also of legitimacy, where we need to go back and basically redevelop our own sort of conviction of that idea, do our homework in our own countries and address democracy deficits there, before we can go out into the world and try to convince people to follow that model. I think there's a theoretical problem that has to do with basically the academic research. I think a lot of the democracies that we see institutionalized still has an awful lot to do with one particular paradigm, and that's the transitions paradigm. I think that there is if you only look at the sort of focus on elections, support given to elections, candidates, political parties, that is very prominent in a lot of democracy assistance efforts. That is a straight line out of the transitions paradigm, which I personally find very convincing, but I do think that there is a learning curve over the last 20, 25 years that we've missed. So I think there's a sort of theoretical heritage here that we need to consider. And there's an institutional problem very clearly in a number of ways. I think the organizations that are tasked with doing democracy assistance today are much more constrained by all kinds of regulations than they were 25, 30, 40 years ago. I mean, some of the things that the party foundations were able to do in the 70s and 80s are simply not possible anymore for a full variety of regulatory reasons in our own countries. And much the same goes for the IRIs and Indias of the world, for organizations that were established to deliver democracy assistance. So I think we need to go back into the institutional frameworks, regulatory frameworks that we work with if we want to improve. I think there is a number of sort of unclear, conflicting tenets or aims for that matter. I think we see that very clearly in the case of Belarus, for instance, these days. There's a conflict between basically a geopolitical approach to the matter. Should we really support democracy in Belarus today, which ultimately means the overthrow at some stage of Alexander Lukashenko, or is he not, has he portrayed himself really the sort of biggest defender of the sovereignty of the country for the time being, which is affected by Russia? So that's I mean, I'm only taking this as an example. There's a conflict in aims that becomes very clear in EU policy, for instance, if you look at that. I mean, the EU re-engages with Belarus whenever Russia does something to one of its neighbors. That was the case in 2008. The response was engagement with Lukashenko in the wake of the Georgia crisis. We see the exactly same thing now. I think there's an unclear tenet when it comes to the change that we want. Is it a sort of shorter-term replacement of a government that we don't like because it's authoritarian, or is it really long-term democratization? I mean, more often than not, yeah, it's a very short-term. Then you get the election, then you get the removal be it the undercoverage or the project or MUHA, whoever it is. But then afterwards, there's very little sort of strategy and full approach and commitment. And if we look at sort of successful democratizations of the last, let's say, century, then a time frame of 3, 4, 10 years is simply not good enough. We need 30, 40, 50 years. Unless we bring in that sort of time frame, we don't even need to get out there and start. And I don't think we have the political stamina in our capitals to come up with those time frames and visions and also commitments. Much the same goes for individual organizations where we have personnel change. But I'm saying that because this is again something very unusual in the democracy assistance approaches that we see with most players. Mindful of time. Let me try to drill a little deeper into the sort of more particular challenges that we have in these very restricted environments. First of all, I think our learning curve does not match the one of the guys in front there. Lukashenko has been a better student of history than we are. He's basically studied very sort of meticulously how Western democracy assistance to civil society, independent media, and so forth works. And he's basically installed a system that prevents all these approaches. Best example, the classic is, for a long time, and still in many ways today, Western donors can only give funding to registered organizations. So what do? You abolish the registration. That eliminates a lot of funding that can go into them. We have been very slow in responding to that on the part of many donors. I think there is a very systematic effort at discrediting both the players inside of the country and Western donors, all the way down to sort of Interpol is treasurer, obviously. I think there's a very sort of clear marginalization, if not worse, than trying to change things all around. What is equally difficult for a lot of donors is that they don't have a presence in. They can't enter, they can't have offices there. That obviously undermines a lot of the monitoring that they are forced to do. Because if you take the donor party foundation as an example, then they obviously have to provide the funding source that provides them the resources, the ministry in this case, with monitoring reports, all kinds of documentation of how this money is being spent. This is more complicated if you don't have a presence on the ground, because you're not as close to things and actors that you support. I would add here a number of sort of very practical concerns that we have. One is we have no clue about digital security. You have no idea what effort is being spent out there by governments in question to get a hold of documentation that we have to keep, the communication that we have to have with our partners inside the countries. I mean, I have a whole number of partners in Belarus called into the local KGB offices because they intercept communication. And it's very difficult, but it's very necessary to sort of completely overhaul our communication with our partners, using encryption programs and so on. We cannot afford, for their sake, to be as transparent as we have to. Second, this is related, we have to be much more confidential also in the agreements and the documentations that we have in our documents. Because I think one of the constraints, let's say, in a country like Germany is that, yes, I think our party foundations, our ministry in charge, others would like to support civil society group, but only if it doesn't conflict with other policy areas. In this case, trade and the economy. The best way of bypassing that problem is you can do both. You can do some things officially and others unofficially. And there are governments in Europe who do that. Swedish government does not make all the things they support in the repressive context. We should learn from them. And I think we have very little sort of cross-European learning there. One aspect that always strikes me in discussions about democracy is that there's an enormous focus on money, which I think is misplaced. If I describe my work in Belarus, I would say less than 50% is really about money. And I'm saying this as a donor because more support to civil society in Belarus than all German private foundations take together. So very substantial in finances. And yet, I'm saying it is not the primary issue. I think in these contexts, at least as important, but more important, is the sort of human scale encouragement, the sort of contacts, bouncing off ideas. I mean, not so much the funding that you provide, but all the other sort of human relationship issues that motivate people to do something, to sort of develop a vision of themselves, of their education, of their society. I think we underestimate that. I think we have this exclusive for sort of primary focus on money, and that's a problem. I think we have very often too little confidence in our partners on the ground. I think more often than not we're very controlling, even passionate. I think we often think that we have an idea about where this country should develop and have. I don't think we have. I think our job should much more be, and I use that comparison here and there, it should much more be that of a venture capital fund. I mean, that sort of supports a lot of different ideas that come from people to us, not the other way around. And then see what flies. That also implies that we should be ready to lose money, to sacrifice some of the grants that we make. There is no guarantee that all of these things will work. However much of a strategic orientation, prioritization we bring in, I think we need to experiment a lot more than our apparatuses allow us to do. I think we need support from others much more than we get so far. In the sense that we encourage people to sort of strive for change in their countries, and they often face consequences. They're being thrown into prison, they have to leave the country. There's hardly anybody in the democracy assistance community who can help with those sort of human disasters. Where is the support that we get from our embassies in those countries in those cases? Whom can I call if a grantee is imprisoned? Or whom can I call if a grantee has to come to the KGB tomorrow and their ability to country today? Where can I get the refugee status for? How can I put them up for a development? I don't get any support for that. I have to build that into my own program. So here again, I think we need a different flow of information and perhaps also cooperation amongst institutions, state and non-state on our side, not even inside of those countries, in order to help effectively. I mean, these are all very sort of practical things that we're missing, and that are making our lives sort of very complicated, and actually the job of those that we're supposed to support very easy.
Thank you so much. I think this was valuable because it opened at least my eyes also to the fragility and the dangers of external democracy, the erosion in authoritarian states. And I think it opens also our minds for differences that we have between Ukraine and Belarus, for example. And also the responsibilities that we carry with us as donors for the lives of those who are the recipients. With this in mind, let's shift to Friedrich Schiller. He is representing the German foundations here, one German foundation, especially the Heinrich Böll Foundation, the Greens Foundation, if you want so, here in Kyiv. This foundation is very strong in supporting Central Eastern Europe and Eastern Europe, also on reforms, transformation. He is studied here, as far as I see, at the Friedrich Schiller University. He has worked for the German embassy for 4 years, if I see correctly, and he has been working for the Heinrich Böll Stiftung now for several years as the head of the office and he has also been in an advisory group, as far as I see, on economic change within for the Ukrainian government. Okay,
Thank you very much. I have the similar point of view as you are, because I am not a researcher or scientific person, but I have, I think, a lot of practical experience, and my presentation will be very, very micro level, not these theories and strategies. I really don't know nothing about strategies. General remark, I'm in favor of the theory of Susan Wojcik about divided civil society. I think it is so, at least in Ukraine, but also in Belarus. It's near the same situation. We have two parts of civil society. And supporting democracy, it means for me personally, is supporting the civil society, because democracy is living from active citizens. It is a base, and to support the democracy, we have to support the civil society. And exactly this part of civil society who is called by Susan as non-institutional or grassroots part of civil society, not organized part of civil society. Some general remarks. I think Professor Birman asked me in the mail to prepare some concrete proposal, and my presentation will be a list of this concrete proposal with some comments. General remarks. I think the first proposal in general how to support the civil society as an external actor is to have an office in the country, if it's possible. Of course, in Minsk it's not really possible, but in Ukraine it's possible. And to support the grassroots of this not organized civil society, I think is a must, because I really can't imagine the support of grassroots or this non-registered groups and initiatives not to have an office in the country. The second point is trust local staff. And the best way to have a head of office is a local staff, because I think the local people can feel the situation, can understand all of the problems on the ground, and they have, I think, a feeling and all of knowledge to develop the best strategy to support the civil society. The last point in the general remarks is to support civil society effectively. You should become a part of local civil society, not to be a donor. The word donor is for me very negative, because as Susan called us, we are partners, and also partners with our partners, with local partners. And donor is some kind of, I think if somebody called me donor, it means for me I have done a bad job, because for me donor is about money, but not about all of stuff, as Jörg said. Supporting the civil society is not only about money. Then the second part of proposals are how to support this organized part of the civil society, let's say NGOs. I think it's very important to support also this part, because they have an important function as a watchdog, but also
they have a possibility to help, to support, and to serve the activists, this down layer of civil society, the grassroots. And to support grassroots, or it is a way to support grassroots, giving money, but not only money, but institutional support and only also political support for this established NGO, maybe also professionalized NGO, because they have an important function to help these very non-organized groups. Then my recommendation is to give a privileged support for membership-based NGOs. There is, in Ukraine, there is very few NGOs who are really membership-based, with membership fees and so on, but there is. I know maybe 5. And it is really nice to monitor these NGOs. And my proposal is for donors or for external democracy supporters to support maybe privileged, to give a privileged support for this type of NGO, because it's really some kind of institutionalized civil society, but also some kind of grassroots, because it's not an organization of 5 people. They have founded an NGO, and it's like really civil society, but it's not really, because it's some kind of professionalization and so on and so forth. As Susan said, there is really NGOs with 100 members or 200 members or even 500 members, and it is not a fake. I know this. For example, Cycling Association of here. I am a member. The last point in this block, NGO support, do support strategic thinking NGOs and coalition. With this point, I mean, there is some organizations that are professionalized, and it's really people who living from this NGO work, but at the same time, they are really strategic thinking. They try to make some strategies, concepts. They try to build some alliance and so on. For example, all of these names in Susan's presentation, but I think first of all, Sudan Zalishuk is the best example. And I think it's a good way to support the civil society and in Ukraine. Important point, every time think about possible corruption in Austria, because honestly speaking, it's really a bit dangerous. But if you have this point in mind, it's possible maybe to reduce the danger of corruption. The last part of my presentation, how to support grassroots or non-institutionalized civil society. I think the very general proposal or recommendation is not to give money, or to support these people not by giving money, but by to ask them what they need. And in most cases, the answer is please not money, but, and there is a couple of things that are needed. First of all, infrastructure, or some kind of advisory consultancy, but also, of course, political support. Saying this and thinking about the story of the city of Mariupol, we all know it very well. I think in year 2012 or 11,
I was very, very surprised, even me, seeing in television the demonstration in the city of Mariupol with 20,000 of people against air pollution in Mariupol. I'm thinking, wow, what is it? Nobody is walking in Mariupol. I know it's very well, but in this time, 20,000 of people on the street protesting against politics of Mr. Akhmetov and his industry. And of course, my reaction was to travel to Mariupol and to speak with people. I was there, and of course, I'm asking, what do you need? We can give everything you want to support. And of course, it means also financial support. But the answer was, please don't give us money, because in that time that we will accept your money, we will be burned out, because Mr. Akhmetov will know in that time exactly what to do to blame us as a foreign agents of Western and so on and so forth. And they are asking about political support, and we have done it. Very important point, invest in civic infrastructure. My dream is that in every big city of Ukraine, or maybe also in Belarus, should be a big conference room with all of infrastructure, and it should be free of charge for all of civic initiatives to use this room. Not only conference infrastructure, but also some computers or printers, because computers is not a problem, but to print something, to do something. It is very important. Yes, 3 points only. Maybe this one. Recommendation, don't hesitate to support individuals if you see that is a good person. Only one name without commenters, and Andrei Portnov. Very general, be flexible as much as possible, be creative, seeking for new tools of support. And maybe the very last remark, as a good recommendation, if you have no idea how to spend money for democracy support, invest in exchange programs, in school exchange, in students exchange, in all of kind of exchange programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for getting my advice to be precise and give very specific proposals. I think this is very helpful also at the end of this conference. Now we are turning to Alexa. She's from Mannheim, from the Mannheim Center for European Social Research at the University of Mannheim. She's a postdoctoral fellow. Previously, she has worked for the Swiss National Science Foundation on EU democracy promotion, which is also her main focus as far as I see. She obtained her PhD from the University of Zurich. I think that's okay. So, good. Please.
Thank you, and welcome to the last presentation. I will try to keep it as short as possible. I will connect to one point the two other panelists have already made, namely the point that supporting civil society is not only about money, but also other things. Differently from them, I will look at the potential of Europeanization for Ukrainian civil society, but also the dangers, the potential dangers that Europeanization could have. First slide. Europeanization and democratization are both mentioned even in the title of today's program. And as I see it, there is a connection between them, but this connection can be either positive in a way, so that Europeanization can reinforce democratization, but at the same time it can also be to the detriment of democratization. I will explain in a minute. Looking back, we have already seen that during the European Union's Eastern enlargement, that transferring EU's rules and regulation to third countries does not always enhance democratic procedures. The European neighborhood policy, which includes Ukraine, is very much designed after the European Union's enlargement policy, so we can expect to see some of the same problems there. I will talk a little bit about this based on a research project that I've been working on with colleagues in Zurich. I'll show you this. What we've been doing is look at the European Union's cooperation with Ukraine in specific policy leads to more democratic governance in Ukraine. So our point of departure was that much of cooperation between the European Union and Ukraine is actually taking place in specific policy sectors. And if you read the action plan, if you read the association agreement, it's all very technical stuff. It's in transport, it's in environment, it's in migration. So a lot of work that has been done is actually done on very specific policies. But we saw that this can have a democratizing potential in the way that the EU does not only transfer very technical standards, but also procedures. And those procedures sometimes include rules for participation of civil society actors, rules of transparency, documents have to be made available, documents have to be shared, and also standards of accountability. So this is where I see a potential of mutually reinforcing Europeanization and democratization. At the same time, there's potential dangers, as I've already mentioned, namely, this is the case if the rule transfer strengthens the executive, if it follows a technocratic pattern, and if it is mainly output-oriented. You can show the next slide, and we can have a little reality check how this is in Ukraine. What we saw in our research is that with regard to the rule transfers, so the transfer of rules of participation, of transparency, accountability, the situation is actually not too bad, which I think is a very good sign for civil society, because civil society actors can make use of existing rules. These rules are in Ukrainian law, so you can refer to very concrete laws and regulations. The big problem that we detected is implementation. That means on the paper it's very nice, in reality many problems persist. So if you want to request a document from the ministry, you have to wait a lot of time, you have to repeat your request, and in the end you may still be denied access. The same is true for participation. And if it comes down to it, some pocket NGOs are hired, some very strange short notice consultation procedure will be started, so that many actors do not have a chance to really participate. So this is the problem on the implementation side, but the rules are usually there. What we see with regards to the potential problems, it is indeed the case that many of the processes are executive-driven. We have already mentioned this today with the negotiations for the association agreement, also with the Europeanization action plan. Civil society actors are not really heard, not really informed. So this is what I mean, that the executive takes the lead and civil society actors are basically in front of the door. Also, the cooperation is in part very technocratic. When we think of the subcommittees that are established on cooperation in certain policy fields under the partnership and cooperation agreement, actually civil society actors are not allowed to have access, and also it's very, very difficult to get documents that are produced, agendas, but also the minutes of the meetings. So this is a very closed, obscure process there. And also there's some output orientation that we could detect. The promotion or the advancement of the promotion of civil society is not always as a value in itself, but it has an instrumental tone. The EU is of course interested in having the civil society as partners in the implementation of the acquis. So this is also what we see. Go to the last slide. From these findings, some suggestions for further cooperation. The first is, I said that the rules are basically there, which doesn't mean that they cannot be improved. So working together on improving rules of democratic governance that civil society actors can eventually use should go on. However, I think even more important is to follow up what happens once the rules are adopted and passed in the parliament, to really have a look at the implementation, because this is the major weak point. What I would also suggest is to look for international law that civil society actors can use, because I have the feeling that this is often forgotten. We have a very nice convention, the Aarhus Convention, which gives civil society actors a lot of rights in the environmental sector. And yeah, so perhaps it would be an idea to even look more for these rules, because Ukraine has already adopted these rules. They have signed these treaties, so they can be held accountable for fulfilling these treaties. And finally, of course, one should think about attaching conditionality more than has been done in the past. As far as I understood EU actors, they said these rules should be established as a kind of end product of the cooperation, but perhaps one could also be more insistent on asking, before giving money, that such cooperation is foreseen in the process. Perhaps one shouldn't be too modest in this regard, and also, of course, the capacity should be enhanced at the same time, because to engage in participation takes resources, it needs knowledge. With regard to the cooperation, to avoiding potential problems, yeah, better balancing perhaps speed of reforms and debate of reforms. So perhaps sometimes it's not the most important thing to have quick reforms, but to have reforms that are accepted by civil society actors and the public more broadly. A more open, transparent approach towards cooperation. So when we look at these subcommittees, for example, perhaps it's time for a reform of these committees. And also, yeah, seeing civil society more as a value in itself, and not only as an instrument to actually pursue other goals, the adoption and implementation of the technical acquis. Okay, thank you very much.
Actually, we have 10 minutes left, because then we have to leave the room, as far as I hear.
Yes, yes.
So what we do is we have one question, one answer, short question, short answer. Okay? And I will not speak myself, so I give the floor to you immediately. Yes.
But really short, because we have to leave the play. Yeah?
So to clarify, I was curious what political support means.
Political support means consultancy about a lot of passion. It's of course very, of course, this, and also some kind of networking with some politicians. For example, we all over there, because not only because we are interesting to, but it's a parallel, I think, development, but also some kind of networking to invite people for some politically important conferences to make some connections and to advise how to maybe to manage this problem, or to advise about some experience, European experience in other cities, how to deal with this, how to maybe go further, and in the end they have a big success. Ahmedov has to buy some filters and to close some dirty productions. And now these people are very active in this volunteer service to support Ukrainian army in the city of Mariupol. That is a Max Skovorody. I'm really very proud.
Any other questions? Please short. I know you agree with me, but please short.
My name is Vasil Papic, and I have a short question, maybe at the end of our whole discussions. Could you, each of you, name 3 predictions what will happen after abolishing of visas for Ukrainians to the EU?
Please, short answers. Nothing. It will be a good future for Ukraine and for EU. It will be nothing special, I think. Any other questions? Maybe last one, finish up. Thank you.
Okay. I had a question in mind. Let's see. Oh, I lost a little bit.
I have a question.
You have a question? Go ahead. Over there. Yes.
Thanks a lot. I have some contacts with Russian opposition activists.
A little bit louder.
I have some contacts with Russian activists who are pretty supportive and, supportive to Ukraine. And they have done lots of things that put them in danger in Russia. But they have failed to obtain the asylum in Ukraine. Where should they apply to? Probably another alternative country. Is it possible? Which checks apply? As you know, many of them are double agents. So the FSB has infiltrated the civil sector.
Like refugee.
Yeah, asylum seekers, political refugee. Yeah, thanks.
I mean, there's no general advice here. I mean, those people, first of all, into this kind of support, if it's about people that I've known for a very long time and supported for a long time. I have to sort of limit the support, obviously, to partners that I know. So, there's a very long our support has to do with the relationship with encouragement. That this is obviously building to get to know a person, getting a sense of why he or she is doing what she's doing. So you're building a certain degree of trust also. That doesn't mean that I have to eliminate in all cases that somebody really talk to you. But only in these I go to Polish government and ask for support. Because it's incredibly complicated. There are countries that go about these things with a better understanding of the region, or much practically, and most of these are Eastern members of the EU. The Czech Republic is relatively open. Estonia, this is advice for people that you know that I don't have interaction with. I mean, this is really each and every donor also has to consider fairness. It's a cool network of support here. And also raising this, because I think we will see a lot more of that. I think we will see a lot more of a sort of migration of, for instance, civil society activists. I would see more of a registration of Russian NGOs in EU countries. All things NGOs support. We need to ourselves for that and perhaps create full mechanisms that make it possible for civil society activists from projects. Let's call it creative based, cross based. We don't have much of that in place.
More than 30 seconds.
I'm just checking about it is known that the EU has a kind of pragmatic approach with the during down only down.
I mean, if I may, EU has they don't know what it requires, what it takes, they don't have the mechanisms or the people for it. The EU has it doesn't have much of a clue about the implementation. So I would rather have you stay out. Those interested in from the public Europe, Africa, develop second groups of